Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob Miscali and Town Manager Mike Renshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.
Okay, good evening. I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Town of Falmouth Select Board for Monday, March 9th, 2026. We will be going into executive session with respect to two items. The first is under M.G.L, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to threatened litigation. And B, M.G.L, Chapter 30A, Section 21A6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of property. And in connection with that matter, I, as the chair, have determined and declare that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body, and that is why we are planning to go into executive session. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Second. And a second by roll call. All in favor? Miscali, aye.
Brown, aye.
Goldstone, aye.
Reed, aye. Richardson, aye.
Okay, we will be back at the conclusion of executive session. Thank you.
Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob Miscali and Town Manager Mike Renshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR. Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob Miscali and Town Manager Mike Renshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for FCTV.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.
Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob M.G.L and Town Manager Mike Renshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR.
Right there.
All right.
And I've
Thank you.
actually even opened it already, so.
Call to order our open session and of this Falmouth Select Board, Monday, March 9th, 2026, and ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So with respect to recognition, I know that Mr. Renshaw, during our last meeting, made a point of thanking some people who helped out during the storm, but I'd also like to, at this point, recognize and thank Barnstable County Sheriff Donna Buckley and the sheriffs of Norfolk and Berkshire County who were very helpful to the town of Falmouth during the recent snowstorm. So I just want to go on record as thanking them and hoping, Mr. Renshaw, that we might be able to send a letter at some point to them.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have letters that I'm preparing, and actually some challenge coins, too, from Police Department and Fire Rescue.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
DPW, I'm sorry.
Okay. Any other recognitions? No? Okay. Just a couple of announcements I'd like to make. One is that for all of you boat owners out there, the Waterways Commission has posted draft updated mooring regulations that are on their website, and it's suggested that you take a look at them, and if there's any comments that you want to make, you should make them directly to the Waterways Committee. And I just also want to mention that we received word from Representative David Vieira, who sponsored our 4 home rule petition bills to the state legislature, that 3 of the 4 have been approved by the Joint Committee on Municipalities to move forward for further action, those being the one that seeks to have an appointed town clerk, that seeks to allow reimbursement with respect to grinder pumps, and allows for an exemption from the procurement guidelines with respect to the Cape Cod Country Club and the solar array. So those are the announcements I have. Mr. Renshaw?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do, as part of Town Manager's report, are we moving on to that? I didn't know if
Is there
there's any
anyone
other
else, any announcements? No?
I can tell you,
Yep.
it's a minor announcement, but the Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee will meet Wednesday at 6 o'clock in the Select Board meeting room to have a chat before town meeting to see if we are all in order.
Good to know. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few items that I'd like to discuss with the Select Board tonight under Manager's Report, and one of them I'm going to ask Assistant Town Manager to assist with. First off, again, we, as many of you know, following Winter Storm Hernando, that week during the storm event, the recovery was challenging. We have an after-action review that I've scheduled with all the departments, and also Eversource and National Grid coming out to participate in the after-action review this Thursday afternoon. As some of you may know, after-action reviews are a very important process of the planning and preparation for the next, unfortunately, event that we're always, it's a continuum, emergency management, we're always planning and preparing and getting ourselves ready for that next emergency event. We learned a lot of lessons in Winter Storm Hernando. This after-action review is going to allow us to put those down in writing, kind of memorialize those lessons learned. I don't want to go into a whole lot of detail. I will present that after-action review report to the Select Board once it's completed. This is not unique. Just about every jurisdiction is completing their after-action reviews. Last week, Thursday, I was given a draft copy of Joint Base Cape Cod. One of the themes, unfortunately, that I've seen in talking to other managers on Cape and also the base commanders is emergency generators. A huge concern and challenge for us during Hernando, during the response, and then portion of the recovery phase. And it was similarly a challenge for a lot of agencies, jurisdictions on the Cape. So that's going to be a big portion of the after-action review this Thursday when I meet with facilities, is getting a complete inventory, kind of a status check, if you will, of all of the emergency generators. I do believe, although as many of you know, our capital improvement plan is already in excess of $800 million. We do need to start planning for the replacement. Quite simply, some of our emergency generators are end of life and need to be replaced. It's a beyond a maintenance issue. They just have passed their useful life. So that'll be part of the recommendation as well, I'm almost certain. I did want to briefly describe the process that was unfolding last week. We wrapped up recovery efforts Tuesday or Wednesday of last week. And by recovery efforts, there were still some streets that remained to be fully cleared and plowed. A lot of utility lines were still down, so we were working Eversource. After that recovery phase was completed, Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, we launched into our damage assessment. Very important part of the MEMA, Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency, and FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, plan to obtain reimbursement. Part of the damage assessment and working with our colleagues at MEMA was to complete a very comprehensive, again, damage assessment and a review of all of the costs associated with snow and ice removal, overtime costs, equipment repair, equipment rental. Probably 7 or 8 different categories were contained within this report that was submitted to MEMA last week, Friday. I don't have the breakout, but I can provide that at a later date. But I can say that overall, the estimated, because that's what these numbers are, they're estimates based upon the records that we have. Total costs associated with Winter Storm Hernando were approximately $797,000. And that's including DPW snow and ice removal, overtime costs associated with the DPW crews, those 15 snowplow private contractors that we hired throughout the storm event, as well as our first responders, police and fire rescue, overtime costs. So that's the update I wanted to provide with regards to the after-action review. Again, that's going to take place this Thursday. I will have a written report that I'll be able to share with the Select Board, kind of the lessons learned, things that worked and things that we need to work on and improve. Peter has already started, Assistant Town Manager Johnson Staub has already started to put together some of the lessons learned with regards to communication. There's some tools and mechanisms that I think we can do a better job communicating with residents, even when there's a loss of power for 92 or 93% of the community. There's different means and methods that we can use to communicate, so we'll be working to improve that. The other update I wanted to provide to the Select Board, a separate topic, is the recent receipt of and review of the beach mobile food vendor proposals. Peter Johnson Staub, the Assistant Town Manager, did a great job putting together the RFP, and I wanted to allow Peter a couple of minutes to give an update on kind of where we're at with that process. Peter?
Thank you. So just a reminder that the board was encouraged to make some changes to the food concession bids for the beaches this year, and the highlights of those changes were to move away from using the buildings at Surf Drive and Old Silver and transitioning to food trucks or food trailers. And we also, at the encouragement, all of which is at the encouragement of the Beach Committee, was to add a couple of new locations to bid out for food trucks, for mobile food concessions. So those 2 new ones were Bristol Beach and Chappaquoit. In total, we solicited bids for 6 locations where we're asking a food vendor to come and either bring a truck or a trailer that is there 7 days a week for minimum hours. I think it's 11 to 3 or 5 p.m., 11 a.m. start. And so those locations are Old Silver Reserve, Old Silver Public, Surf Drive, Falmouth Heights Beach, Bristol, and Chappaquoit. And then in addition to that, we did a mobile food and beverage bid for other beach locations, and those other beach locations are Megansett Beach, Gru's Pond, Woodneck, Mill Road Extension, and Minot East. So, slightly different from what we did last year, and the bids have been received. We got a favorable response in that we have competitive bids for all but one contract, and which I didn't even mention. A new element that we tried this year was to issue a bid for a hot beverage mobile vendor that would have access to all of the beaches, provided they didn't interfere with beach operations or other concessions. We did not get any takers on that one. But all the other bids, we had competitive bids, and we are still in the process of finalizing the evaluation as to the qualifications and responsiveness of all of those bids. But at this point, it looks pretty clear that we have a qualified bidder for each of the locations. So that's all good news. There's not a lot of revenue at stake with these bids, but to the extent that revenue is a concern, we exceeded the expectations there. One aspect that is, perhaps not what we had hoped for is that we had one aggressive bidder who was the high bid on 5 locations. And that bidder has indicated that they don't want all 5. They would only wish to pursue 4 locations. But that said, I think none of us anticipated that one vendor would be getting the bid at 4 locations. With the specifications, our ability here is to evaluate whether the bidder is capable and qualified and submitted the bid properly, and they submitted the highest bid. So I have recommended to the town manager that we proceed with awards based on the outcome that we have. And it is a 2-year bid with a 1-year extension option. So that's my report.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Johnson-Staub, would it be possible that one vendor would be having a variety of offerings, or would it be all the same thing at 4 beaches?
Yeah, we can engage in a dialogue with them. The bid spec does not require town control of the menu. So I have broached that topic already, and will, I got a response that indicated some flexibility, but again, the town, per the bid spec, is not in control of the menu. And
right.
I don't think it's not a relationship that would really work. If you put a contract out, you've got a food service professional, they have a certain thing in mind, and for us to come in and say, no, throw out that menu, use this menu instead, I don't think it's probably not going to work as a business relationship.
I agree with you, but it seems like it's sort of an unanticipated result that we're going to get, and we'll have to deal with it for 2 years, and it might not be the best situation.
Right.
Okay.
Hopefully they'll be willing to entertain some suggestions from Mr. Johnson-Staub and Mr. Renshaw about that. Dr. Goldstone?
Definitely concerned, given that this is our, as you said, a shift for us, a bit of an experiment. I think it went really well at Falmouth Heights last year. But I guess I'm wondering how we evaluate a responsible bidder when we've certainly never had anybody managing 4 different locations at one time. I don't know every food truck in town, but most of the food truck owners and operators that I know are not operating 4 trucks. So how can we actually be sure that this person, this business has the capability to do 4 locations simultaneously, because it's some of our highest traffic? I mean, not that any of the locations we bid, right, are quiet, sleepy beaches, but they're, this is a major service.
Right. So we can inquire about the equipment that they have available and the personnel that they have available. But the model has generally, has often included that at the time of the bid award, there's a combination of, the owners themselves providing some of the support and a plan to hire seasonal staff. So that's part of our evaluation, which is not final. But yes, part of the evaluation is, do we believe that they have the capacity to manage all of these beaches with their equipment and personnel?
And if we determined that they didn't, would we be able to move forward with a new
Yes.
bid
Yes.
process?
If there's a then you would move to the next highest bid and go through that same evaluation in terms of their capacity and ability to meet the requirements of the bid.
Okay. All right. Any more questions? Just a note, for many years, the town manager's report was buried at the bottom of the agenda, and it was referred to as a supplemental report. We have now, in an effort to get the word out quicker when more people are here and more people are paying attention, we've asked for the town manager's report from now on to be at the very beginning of the agenda, so that we can hear what's going on with respect to the town manager. We appreciate that. Before I go any further, I want to ask you to silence your cell phones and notify the chair if you are making a video or audio recording of this open session meeting. The placement and operation of the recording equipment should not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. Okay, and now we will proceed to public comment. And I will note that public comment may be made on routine matters not on the agenda this evening. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please introduce yourself, and since the matter has not been included on the agenda, the Select Board may not participate in discussion of the topic. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to public comment this evening? Yes, sir? Please step up and introduce yourself. Right there. You have 2 minutes.
You might need to press the button on the front.
Okay, hi. My name is Nathan Miller. I live on Sam Turner Road in Falmouth, and I have a few brief comments on what electrical reliability means for this town. As we saw during the recent blizzard, the electric grid could use some improvements. Eversource is moving in that direction. Right now, they have a petition in front of the Electrical Facilities Siting Board to expand their substation on Sam Turner Road. That project would increase capacity and redundancy, and those things are clearly important. But that project would also build a 2.6-acre substation 100 feet from my neighbors' front yards. The petition makes commitments to mitigating impacts during the planned 30 months of construction, to applying for town permits for things like office containers and dumpsters, and for implementing environmental controls to prevent things like oil spills and erosion. Yet for the past 8 years, Eversource has operated that current site as a staging yard for other projects, and during that time, none of those same commitments have been upheld. So now, my neighborhood, which is a modest working-class neighborhood that includes a majority of the affordable homes that this town has worked really hard to build and preserve, is being asked to bear the brunt of a much bigger electrical reliability project. So in return, I'm here to ask the town to push Eversource to seriously consider the impact on this neighborhood, to really evaluate alternatives, to design real meaningful mitigations, and to make clear enforceable commitments. So last week, as you all know, my neighbors and I sent a joint letter to the Select Board describing these concerns. So if you haven't already, I really encourage you to read that letter. And more importantly, I encourage you to talk to the neighbors about what this project means to them. And I encourage you to carefully review Eversource's petition. And then when the company comes to a future meeting, which I understand is in the works, I encourage you to press them for real binding commitments to minimize the long-term impact of this project on Hatchville. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here for public comment? Anyone else for public comment? Ms. Schneider? Along with?
We never go anywhere without each other.
Yeah.
I need backup.
Yeah, that's not true. We know that.
Well, yeah, you can see by my face I do. So Joe and I are here tonight to address the Select Board because we advise you as a beach committee. And what we want to say is it is very important to all 7 members of the beach committee that have worked tirelessly for the last 2.5 years on transitioning to food trucks, that we hope you will direct management to not take anything less than what we currently have had, and to make sure that the idea of food trucks was to give more diversity and good service to the people that come day after day, week after week. It would be a real shame if we found that what we end up with is something where someone who rents a home for thousands of dollars and goes to one of our beaches 7 straight days cannot go and find something good to have for a lunch on those days. And that's what we're concerned about. While we appreciate that we had 2 vendors last year that gave us a good head start on what to expect, please, please ask that someone is assured that they can handle that much business, not take 6 minutes to provide one thing for one person buying something, and know that on July 4th, when we have a line the length of a parking lot, that you will have the staff and the help and the speed to get those people served. Joe, do you want to add?
Is this a new 2 minutes?
It's a new 2 minutes.
I think it's a new 2 minutes.
It is, definitely.
I just want to make sure.
My emphasis on this whole process, and I give Peter a lot of credit because he spent a lot of time working on this bid process and trying to adapt a system that was fixed to something that's mobile. It's almost like holding Jell-O in your hands. He did a great job of putting that out. We also were shocked at the fact that one vendor could get 4 or 5 locations under their belt, so to speak, and we're at great risk of not having that be successful in every location. But what we are emphasizing here is that whatever diversity we have in the food service needs to encourage growth of that for each beach. Mainly, if you started with a standard snack bar that you didn't have products that were for kids, you don't want to go to something that has no kids involved. So this is why we need to evolve this process. And if it isn't going to work with the vendor that has bid the highest, then please, we encourage you to go to the next bidder until we get the kind of variety that we need in the community. As far as the vendors, I think they all want to try to do the best job they can, but this is a success-fail situation. There is no in-between. It's only 6-7 weeks of success or 6 or 7 weeks of failure. And that's why it's very important. And we're not confident that the bidders, as they presented themselves, can do what needs to be done. That's what we were saying.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else for public comment? Okay. If not, we'll proceed to the consent agenda. The first is the license. Consider a vote to approve the application by M.G.L Corporation, DBA Garrett's Family Market, located at 435 Palmer Avenue, Falmouth, for a change of manager to its wine and malt beverage package store license. Administrative orders. Consider a vote to accept a donation from Falmouth Road Race, Inc. in the amount of $3,500 to the beach donations account 28-632-5655-4830 for the beach department's winter 2025 grant proposal. Number 2, consider a vote to approve a request from St. Barnabas Church for a variance to sign code, section 184-20, variances, section 240-25, allowable size, for the display of a temporary sign in excess of the number of days permitted and in excess of 32 square feet on the property at 91 Main Street. Number 3, consider the approval of a license agreement between the town and the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary for the installation of a radio repeater at the Fire Rescue Headquarters facility and radio tower. Number 4, discuss and consider a vote to approve a letter of support for federal community project funding for the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute Complex for waterfront access to exploration and research in seawater.
Hold, please.
Hold. Okay. So do I have a motion with respect to items 1 as a license and 1, 2, and 3 on the administrative orders?
Mr. Chair, I move the consent agenda with the exception of administrative order number 4.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, with respect to item 4 has been held. Mr. Reed?
I have to abstain from this one, so a separate vote would be required.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Your abstention is noted. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We received word the other day that Aubrey Wilsey, who wants to become a member of the Commission on Substance Use, is unable to attend this evening's meeting, so he will be rescheduled for a future meeting. Okay, moving on to business, and just a few minutes beyond our timeline. We're going to have a discussion about the residential tax exemption. This is a follow-up discussion. We've had a number of opportunities to discuss it. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Renshaw to give us a little bit of a background here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, the last time the Select Board was presented information on the residential tax exemption was back in November 3rd of last year. Laura and Melissa, our outstanding assessor, had put together some additional information and some modeling scenario-based data, which is included in your packet. And for the benefit of the community that perhaps missed that November meeting, I think a lot of the speaking points in the initial slide deck, or slides of Laura's presentation, kind of give an overview of what residential tax exemption is about. So with that,
Good evening.
I'll turn it over to Laura.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good evening. I'm Laura Citron, Director of Finance. Sorry, I'm going to pick up my pen. Okay, so I'm going to go through the slideshow first, and then we'll look at the illustrations, which is part of the information that the Select Board requested the last time that we came before you with this topic. So just a little bit of review first. What is a residential tax exemption? Well, it's an option that's allowed under state law. It allows up to a maximum of 35% of the average assessed value of all residential parcels given to qualified applicants. What that means is you have to be a year-round resident or have that as your place of domicile, according to federal and your federal and state income tax returns. It has to agree to that. Okay? And it essentially, how it works is you're given an exemption. So if it was 10% of the average, it's 10% it's a percentage of the average assessed valuation for property as a whole, residential property as a whole. Only applies to Class 1 residential property. So it doesn't impact commercial property at all. And it shifts the tax burden so that the person who gets the exemption, so if it's 10% of the average assessed value, which right now is about $930,000, let's say. So $93,000 would be an exemption that would come off of your assessed value as an exemption. So it's not a reduction of your tax, it's a reduction of the assessed value that you pay taxes on. It shifts the tax rate, but even with that, those who are below a certain break-even point, which we'll get into in a minute, still see a reduction in the amount of taxes that they pay on an annual basis, versus, frankly, most of the shifting of the assessed value is to non-resident taxpayers. Anybody who is eligible and applies will get the exemption. Those who are non-residents are not eligible to apply. The program's designed to be revenue neutral, which means that the exemptions are usually, the applications would come in before we set the tax rate for that year, which right now is tentatively scheduled for fiscal year 28. So when we set the tax rate in November or December of fiscal year of 2027 calendar year, the applications, if this program moves forward, would come in prior to setting that tax rate, so that the reduction in exemption can be spread across the rest of the assessed value. And that's how it becomes revenue neutral. And I'm sorry, I hope that's making sense.
It's okay to ask one?
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's the first time I really understood that it's the average value. So 95,000 of value comes off of everybody's house regardless of what their individual value is?
That's right.
Okay.
If you selected 10%, for example.
Right.
It's an example, and when we look at the illustration, you'll see the different, as of the 2025 assessed valuation that was approved by DOR. You'll see the different amounts at each percentage level, because that's one of the things that you asked for.
Right. Interesting. So people that have less value in their homes are going to benefit at a higher rate. So that's interesting. Good to know. Thank you.
And conversely,
There is a converse in there, something like that. We'll hear about it.
You will, and I mean, I will tell you right off the bat, one of the things we did was, one of the things the assessor did, who has joined me here tonight, is come up with how many properties are within different brackets of value. So as of right now, the example we're going to be looking at, and I'll explain why, says 52% of the properties are likely to be eligible for this exemption. 52% of all residential Class 1 properties in Falmouth. 93% of those properties are under $2 million in value. So that just gives you an example. And if you even went lower than that, 14,000 of them out of 21,000 properties are under $1 million in value as of 2025.
So could you just explain how we got to the 52%?
I will. I'm
Okay.
gonna go through that right now.
Okay.
Okay? I'm just going to reiterate that people will have to file for the exemption. It's not going to be granted to you because we don't necessarily know who you are. It just has to be, you have to file the application. Okay, so there's two different ways that we came up with the 52%. And they actually, numbers were very close using two different data sets. One is a handout that was in your packet that I don't know if we have a copy of, but it's the housing profile done by Cape Cod Commission for Falmouth. And what they determined was that, let me find it so I can be clear in what I'm saying. Well, essentially, they said that, I believe it was 31%.
Yeah, right here.
Okay, 31, yeah, Peter, do you have the numbers specific?
So, right, so, you know, the bottom line was they said 52% of the entire residential housing stock was owner-occupied year-round. So 31% was seasonal and 12% was rental, and the other 52% was owner-occupied by year-round residents.
That's right. The other way that we looked at this was we actually send out personal property tax bills to people in the town of Falmouth if they have an address that, if their address of record is different than the property that we're owning, right? I've got that right, Melissa, right? Yeah. Okay, so in the course of doing that, now, it's not an exact science, okay? That's not an exact science. We do a survey, I believe, every 5 years, and some of those are returned, some are not, that say, you know, do you live in this property? So we do have a disclaimer on all of the information because we don't know for a fact that that's a good number, but assuming that it is, we sent out, when we looked at the numbers and we calculated it on the basis of the personal property bills that we send out and assumed that those were non-resident properties, then we still come up with the 52% from that standpoint as well, factoring in a percentage of rental properties which are not eligible under this program. So we can't be 100% sure. We have the disclaimer on 2 pages of the PowerPoint, but we feel pretty good about our estimate. Could there be a 10 to 15% difference? Yes. And we did do a break-even point just to get a sense of what that would be if it was 64%, for instance. Yes, we did. So what that came out to is the break-even point, and I'll show you what that is. of 52% properties means that the break-even point is around the $2 million mark. If it went up to 64% of properties were eligible and the people applied, it would be around $1.6 million. Break-even point is the point at which you don't pay any more or any less taxes if you've gotten the exemption and you and the higher rate applies. Your tax change either way would be zero. That's the break-even point. Anybody who is below that break-even point will get money back. Anybody who's above that break-even point will pay a little more. Bearing in mind that there's still a very real difference between people who are above the break-even point but still get the exemption. They still get the exemption. They're not going to pay as much as somebody who is not eligible at all, or somebody who doesn't apply that is eligible. Okay, and as I said before, the timing right now, potential implementation is scheduled for December 2027 when we set the rate. Would mean fiscal year 28 taxes. There is money in the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget, which is on the warrant for the town meeting in April. And that includes 4 months of a full-time administrative clerk to help implement this program and start to get marketing and mailing materials out to various properties, well, to all properties actually, to make sure that people are starting to become aware of this program. It also includes money for system programming. We have 2 systems that would need programming, and then money for postage, as I said, postage mailings, and then the clerk for the last 4 months of fiscal year 27.
So just to clarify, the 10% number that you were using was on the assumption that that would be the exemption amount that this board would approve going forward. It could be as much as 35%.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm just using 10%
Right,
because
I mean,
it's easy to figure out that 10% of 930,000 is 93,000.
Right, but this board could choose to go up to 35%.
Up to 35%.
On that average amount, that average assessed amount, and everybody's exemption would be reduced. Everybody's assessment would be reduced by that amount.
That's correct. And the illustration will show that.
Yep.
I'm going to open the illustration if I can.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think that's only if we adopt the Seasonal Communities Act, though.
No, the seasonal community goes up to 50%, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah. We can go to 35%. Most of the towns that have done it, the advice is start low, so
Correct.
there's not sticker shock, for the homeowners, and then think about it. But the statute lets us do 35%, which is a lot of money. I mean,
Interesting.
It's a
Okay,
big
that's
exemption.
changed recently.
I believe Mashpee started at 10, and they're at 20 now.
What, Jack?
I believe Mashpee started at 10, they're at 20 now.
Yeah.
They just had a hearing.
So that's why we're using the 10 as the prime example.
I have an Excel. I have an Excel version, which will be easier anyway. I can get into it.
Here, let me do it.
Can't see it.
Wait, did you put in?
I plugged it in.
Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. There it is.
52%?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Right. It's going to go
Okay.
down regardless. It's how much it goes down.
So, yeah,
Yep.
all right, let's get this one. All right, I'm going to,
Zoom right at the bottom slide.
I'm trying. Can you see it?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to move it back and forth a little bit, just so that we can see the various things. But I'm going to use the 10% right off the top, just to explain how this this chart is set up. So the 10%, as I said, so the 10% is 95,000 in the third column over, see exemption, 95,313. That would apply to every level. The first column is at various current valuations of property. So if your house is valued at $500,000 in the first line, you're currently paying taxes at the rate of $573 per $1,000 of value, for a total of $2,865 a year in taxes. The exemption of $95,313 would reduce the $500,000 down to $404,687 in the fourth column. The new tax rate, which is a calculation that's actually done on a calculator by the state, would be $602 per $1,000 of value. So your taxes went up from $573 to $602, but your value is much less. So taxes at the new rate are in the next column. And so the change in the tax bill for the $500,000 property is a reduction in taxes of $428.78. And you can follow it down. So the next line is, it goes 500,000, 750. So if we go to the break-even point, you'll see where the zero is. That value is $1,978,564 to start, and you'll see that that gets reduced by the 95,313 and brings you over to a change in tax bill of zero.
And just a quick question there. You said 92% of people fall into those 5 brackets.
93%, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now the next 2 columns show what happens if you're not eligible or you don't apply. So your taxes would go up at $500,000, would go up by $145 a year. And once you get up into the higher value, the last one of $5 million, it would go up by $1,450 a year. So that's how this whole chart works. And if we look at it, let me open it back up here. So if you go over and you start looking, you'll see that we have it at 10%, we have it at 15%, we have it at 20%, 25%, 35%. So if you went to the highest, let's say, your break-even point is the $2 million. If you had a house at your exemption would now be 35% of the average assessed valuation, which would be an exemption of $333,595. And so you would be paying taxes at a new tax rate. The tax rate would increase also. So that would go to $687. But for those who are getting the exemption and below that break-even point, at the $500,000, it's a reduction in taxes of $1,721 a year. But if you're up to the $5 million, you're going to be paying an extra $3,400 a year in taxes. If you're not eligible, you're going to be paying an extra $5,700 a year in taxes, or $570 at the $500,000 range. If you're not eligible, or you don't apply if you are eligible.
Can you tell me how why does the tax rate change? Because we're shifting the amount that people are paying, but we're not changing the value.
Well, we're reducing the overall assessed value, and in order to make up the difference, to keep it revenue neutral,
right.
it's changing the tax rate.
Got it. I see. Thank you.
And how often does someone need to apply?
Well, the law says that it should be, you should be applying every year. In reality, I don't think, I know in practice that's not what's happening. Most places that we've talked to are doing every 2 to 3 years, some even as much as 5. I mean, it's a very labor-intensive process for both. It's a pain in the neck for the people who are doing it, but it's also a pain in the neck for the people who have to file and take care of all those applications and review them. I will say that, you know, the exemption stays with the owner in this particular case, so that if a property sells, they're going to be taken off of, not, the taxes will carry until we take that exemption off, which would probably be immediately, or would it be at the end of the year? Because they're already paying, if a sale happens during the course of the year.
It's a good question, and certainly the realtors are going to have to be very up on this so that they're able to advise, you know, homeowners that are, or purchasers,
Right.
that the taxes might very well change if they're not full-time residents.
Right. And I also want to point out that, I just lost my thought.
An opportunity for another question then?
I have a habit of doing that to people. I apologize.
Would we be able to do this with online permitting?
Well, you have to show your income tax return.
Well, you could submit that.
You do, and we would, part of the programming and getting everything implemented and up so that we can take this and do it as efficiently as possible will be to allow online applications for sure. But they would have to send their tax return. Now, for those who don't want to, it's my belief that they can bring it in and show it to us and then take it home with them.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as we've authenticated via the tax return that that is their residence, their year-round residence, or their you know, primary residence, then we can do that.
Dr. Goldstone?
Related to that, I noticed that one of the implementation costs is storage, and this has come up in previous conversations. I'm curious why, if all that's needed is a visual verification, why we need to store those. Why couldn't we just shred, and once a document's reviewed online, essentially click delete and get rid of that and just have verified that that person lives there? Is there an actual need to store? If it's possible to walk in and get your tax return and your address verified, is it actually necessary to store any of those?
That's an excellent question.
Please don't forget to identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Melissa Mott. I'm the Director of Assessing. Thank you. So we've been discussing this issue about how to do it. For auditing purposes, there's a certain period of time that we have to show DOR documentation. So it wouldn't, our belief is that it wouldn't be that we can just visually look at it and let it go. What we're suggesting is that people redact or black out their income. We're not interested in the income. We're really just interested in the address that they're using on the returns. And the suggestion is that we get both the federal and the state and a copy of their license, and again, to redact all that information that's not relevant to the address. And then just to revisit the question about online, our intention is to make this as easy as possible and to have it an online application process where the information goes directly into a document storage system that has security. And so people should be able to ideally apply online, upload their documents online. The documents would then, and their application would then go into a document management system, which would then route those applications through the process so that someone makes an initial review to make sure the documents are sufficient, and then someone else makes another review to make sure that the information is correct, and then ultimately they're bulk reviewed by the board.
So, a question, I know there's a startup cost, and we know that it's rather significant in the beginning, and you know, we've seen those numbers, but if we're not going to be asking for, you know, annual application, will that, and you know, will that cost go down once the program is up and working, so that the costs, the budget costs, would lessen once the program has started? Or are we looking at, you know, this cost as long as this program exists? I mean, that's my question.
Okay.
So I think that the full-time administrative clerk would be necessary to continue on a regular basis. I do think that an occasional mailing or a reminder might be worthwhile, but not to the tune of $24,000 that we have in there now. Programming, once that's set and done, there will be one more piece to that to be done once, when we have to change our camera bridge, which are you know, commercial assessment.
Okay.
And, but the thing that we won't have to do is do the full-scale marketing. We won't have to hire 3 temporary people for a period of 8 to 12 weeks on an annual basis. Those costs will not be there.
But the clerk, you think would be a requirement going forward?
I think so. I think just to monitor, I mean, there are property sales going on all the time. There are buildings being built all the time. And the other thing that happens, and this is what I did want to say before, if somebody does not apply in the period of time prior to when we set that tax rate, if they want to apply, they can apply and request an abatement after the tax bills are mailed for a period of 90 days. Now, that's not ideal because that is revenue lost. That's not revenue that's spread to other people. That's literally revenue lost from the town. So we would encourage everybody to get their applications in as quickly as possible, preferably starting approximately July 1st of this summer.
So does
Not
that,
this summer,
is
next
that 90-day, is that a requirement of the state statute that
is.
we allow people to do that? We don't,
Yes.
we can't change that?
We can't.
Okay.
It's subject to the same abatement process as any other type of abatement.
Thank you.
I'll just say, as you're thinking about how to implement this, and especially how to implement the online part, and I know this is not all in your department, but it would be truly fabulous if a resident could go online and apply for their tax exemption, get their trash sticker, their beach sticker, and their clamming license, and whatever else, like, in one place, and do the paperwork once, as opposed to like providing your proof of residence 5 different times. So if we could figure out how to streamline those systems in this process, that would be fabulous.
Okay, Mr. Reed?
So thank you for your analysis here. I think it really shows who's going to, I guess, that we're not bringing in new revenue. It's really just going to be a shift over to those that are not eligible, which I think is important here because the 92% or 93% that you talked about really applies to the, Falmouth being the Cape's kind of last meaningful foothold for the middle class right now. So this is doing a lot for our folks that live here that our identity is based on. We've started leveraging ADU production, short-term rental regulation to manage that a little bit better, and we've established dedicated housing funding. So I'm kind of bringing this all together because we have a report coming up for the workforce and families here. This is going to tie into this, but this also ties into the tax overrides that we're forecasting. So my question is, I guess there's two questions here. Is anyone looking at this analysis against the forecasted tax overrides that we are looking at for the police station, Lawrence School renovation, and the outfall? Because it would be great if it was a zero-sum game for the average taxpayer. If we're going to raise taxes and override, this would be really nice to say, hey, we want to keep you here. I'm wondering if we're doing any analysis for that. And the second question is, I'm leaning in favor of this, but has there been any analysis into the unintended consequences or, I guess the unintended consequences of those not eligible? I'm thinking small landlords that are housing our scientific workforce, so on and so forth. I think it's a very small piece of the pie, but has any analysis on either of these regards happened, either by you or anybody else in town management?
Well, we've talked to the assessment department in Provincetown, where they have a special, I guess, an act that allows them to do this for rental properties. I don't know if anybody else has. I mean, I've seen it in other states. We haven't done an analysis on that, but it's a political decision. I mean, it's a policy decision.
Mr. Chair.
That we have going to town meeting in a few weeks. I guess that's several weeks.
Right. Mr. Richardson?
Yeah, I was going to say, the Vice Chair's point just now, that is a policy that we are going to be considering at the meeting with that. Not getting on my soapbox before everyone get nervous, I just wanted to thank both of you for your tremendous amount of work on this policy. It is incredibly complicated, but comparing this presentation to the one we had 6 months ago, this has been fantastic. And the reason that at least I have been pursuing this policy, and I think Colin just reiterated, is this is a policy that's designed to help, the people that have made the Upper Cape and Falmouth the great place it is to work and live, and Falmouth is becoming the gateway to Nantucket, and we need to do all we can to stop that, and policies like this allow us to shift the tax burden, to keep people living in the places they built, to help seniors on low incomes and fixed incomes. We need to pursue policies like this, and I would look if we could move officially endorsing that 10% rate, knowing that we don't want the sticker shock beyond the 10%. I don't know if that's in the scope of the agenda tonight, but I would like to take that meaningful step forward if we can. Granted that this is not for this financial tax year, this is for FY28.
Okay. Anyone else? Otherwise, I'll see if there anyone in the audience that would like to address this issue. Okay. Yes, Ms. Harris.
I have a question about the submitting of the tax return. How do you
identify yourself, please?
Oh, Mary Harris, Precinct 5. How do you know that it's the tax return they actually filed? It's plenty easy to get software to print out the first page of your tax return showing any address you want to. But how do you verify that? Can't we get a list from the state of individuals who filed as residents here?
So I haven't looked into what the state can provide, but I have looked into what the federal government will allow, and if there was a way to get a list from them and share information. And the answer is no. This does not meet the standards that they require in the very limited ways. In other states, I was told no because it's considered private information that's not available to the public, even to other municipalities. But that does not necessarily mean that that's the case in Massachusetts, and we can certainly check that out.
Would be filing a false document, which I assume would be, there'd be a criminal responsibility if they filed a false statement, if we found out that it was false. I mean, I think it is a crime to file a false statement. Counsel?
I can answer that one if you want.
So if someone filed a tax return that was not really showing their personal residence, as Ms. Harris, aptly points out, not that hard to do, would that be filing of a false document? If it was found out that they did not live at the residence that they claimed on this document that they submitted to the town?
I'm not up on that area of the law, but I can research the question for you.
And maybe we can make it some kind of civil penalty from the town's point of view if there was a problem, if there was an inaccuracy or.
I'm not.
Again,
I'm not
something to look
sure
into.
That's possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I
all
can
right.
look at that.
Okay. But thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Harris. Very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Jack, with all due, I'm not sure we're ready to go, with respect to this matter at this point, but, I'd certainly, entertain a motion if you want to make it. I think, certainly you're welcome to make a motion.
So, I guess the motion would just be to pursue the 10% residential exemption for FY28. It's my motion.
Is there any, that's not setting the tax rate.
No, and it's just, I'm
Correct?
just saying pursue. I'm not saying this is something that's a good bit of time
Sure.
away.
Second.
Is that really, can we vote that? It's not really on the agenda.
Town council, can we do this? You're getting a bonus
Can
there?
you do what?
It wasn't listed in the agenda, but
It's
it
not
says
listed
all.
for a vote, but I think, it's on the agenda.
So the agenda doesn't need to list specifically that you're going to take a vote. A vote is implied in any discussion.
Right.
So there's my motion, and Vice Chair seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay, very good. And thank you both for your presentation. It was very helpful. Okay, moving on to item B. Discuss Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection wastewater discharge permit for the Easterly project at 375 Sandwich Road. Again, Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the board knows and the community has seen, there's been some recent interest in articles published in the Enterprise with regards to this question. I've asked the Assistant Town Manager and our wastewater superintendent to put together a summary overview of some of the implications, ramifications of the draft groundwater discharge permit, and then allow the Select Board an opportunity to ask questions and discuss the matter. So with that, I'll turn it over to Peter and Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will lead off with an overview and then ask wastewater superintendent Amy Lowell to come up and perhaps elaborate and certainly be available for your questions. So again, what we wanted to discuss tonight is the wastewater discharge permit. It's a draft wastewater discharge permit issued by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection for the Easterly project at 375 Sandwich Road. The board is well familiar. For the public, that's a 300-unit rental housing development. And I'll just start by saying this is a very complicated intersection of housing and environmental issues, and appropriately of great concern to many residents with interests in both housing and water quality. And so the ZBA, one of the points I wanted to start with is that I do feel like the town tackled this thorny issue really well. So we had the ZBA and staff collaborating closely with our wastewater staff professionals, as well as the town manager's office and legal counsel. I myself was not involved in, directly in the ZBA proceedings or in the settlement discussions that took place afterwards. But from my perspective, just having sort of observed these issues for many years, I wanted to lead with that point. So the reality is that the town has these conflicting goals, right? We want to generate a lot of housing in order to make living in this town attainable for people of moderate incomes and modest incomes and affordable incomes. And to do that means adding more nitrogen, more wastewater. I would say for perspective, in looking at this project in particular, the largest one the town has ever seen, 300 units, to some extent I would encourage folks to think about that in the context of the 23,000 housing units that we have in Massachusetts, right? So as a percentage of total housing units and as a percentage of total nitrogen going into the groundwater, these 300 units is pretty small, actually. So, you know, with that, obviously, we are spending a lot of money on wastewater, and we don't want to make our challenge more difficult. So we really wanted to get the best possible wastewater treatment we could at this project. And the ZBA put in a pretty significant requirement in its permit, and it was appealed by the developer. That appeal went to the Housing Appeals Commission. There were settlement negotiations that were undertaken by the two parties, and they did reach agreement before the Housing Appeals Commission issued a decision. And now getting to the article that was a column written by, boy, his name just escaped me, Neil.
Chris Neil.
Help me, Chris Neil. And it is important to understand some of the details in order to have a sense of how good or bad this wastewater discharge permit is. So I'm going to get into some of those specifics, starting with the requirements that were in the settlement agreement between the developer and the town. And that settlement agreement called for a, sorry, let me pull up here. So it required an average effluent concentration of 5 milligrams per liter of total nitrogen, with best operational efforts to achieve an average annual concentration of 3 milligrams of total nitrogen. The applicant shall also employ mitigative measures to achieve net zero nitrogen load from the project to the Great Pond watershed. So that was what was included in the decision, and part of the context, and I'm trying not to get too far down the weeds into the many different complicated areas. So the discharge permit, not being a town permit but a state permit, limited to some degree the ability of the ZBA to control what that requirement was going to be. So that was a pretty good outcome. The settlement agreement also included a contribution to be paid by the developer of $750,000 to fund additional nitrogen offset measures. And that's because there is still, even with these really very good concentration standards, there's still going to be a lot of nitrogen added. So that $750,000 was going to help pay for other mitigation measures that would take place at other properties to offset the nitrogen added. So that was the settlement agreement. Then it was up to the DEP to issue a wastewater discharge permit. That's not a permit that the town issues. Their permit was a little disappointing to us at the town, and I'm happy to say that Amy Lowell, as usual, was on top of it, and she did submit a comment within the comment period for that permit, seeking a reduction in the total nitrogen that was allowed in that permit. So the DEP used different standards, right? In our settlement agreement, it was the average concentration. The DEP had a limit of 346 kilograms per year and a wastewater flow limit of 49,950 gallons. So how does that compare? They're completely different measures. Well, if you do the math, the imputed average annual effluent concentration comes out to 5 milligrams per liter. So again, the town permit said developer has to achieve 5 milligrams, best efforts to get to 3. The state permit says you have to get to 5. period. Didn't say anything about an aspirational goal to get to 3. So the wastewater superintendent's letter encouraged or asked the DEP to reduce the total nitrogen from 346 kilograms per year to 207 kilograms per year, which would equate to the 3 milligrams per liter of average as an average concentration. So that's the wastewater discharge permit. We now have these 2 things that are still both in effect, right? So, well, I shouldn't say it's in effect. The DEP permit is still in the draft stage, as far as I know, still in the draft stage. And the permit, the settlement agreement and the comp permit is still in force. So just because the DEP might have, in some sense, a higher threshold for allowed nitrogen, that permit that the town has is still legally enforceable according to the town council.
And what is our recourse if they don't, or if we determine that they are not employing mitigative measures to achieve the net zero load? What is our recourse at that point?
There are provisions in the settlement for the modification to the comprehensive permit that speak to not just the best operational efforts to achieve the 3 milligrams per nitrogen load, total nitrogen load, but also the net zero. And those financial aspects of the settlement would be triggered if they don't reach those. So while the DEP permit will work in tandem with the modified comprehensive permit, there are penalties in the comprehensive permit if those additional restrictions aren't met.
Over and above the 750,000. Okay, thank you. All right. Any questions?
Yeah.
Dr. Goldstone?
Got a few questions. When do we expect to hear from DEP regarding the final decision?
M.G.L, wastewater superintendent. I don't know. It should have been a while ago. So there's some kind of delay in the process.
Okay. So I'm glad to know we have some recourse. I'm really curious, though, how you actually determine whether somebody has employed best operative efforts. I mean, they say, we tried, we didn't get there, and we go home. Like, what does that actually look like?
Yeah, I think that the enforceable elements are the total nitrogen and net zero.
Right, which in both cases, then, both DEP and ours, the enforceable is 5, not 3. Right, because our upper limit is 5 in our agreement, right?
In the settlement agreement, yeah. Correct.
But then there's also the net zero.
Right, so then what?
It's an average, not a upper limit. The 5 is an average annual concentration, just to be.
Okay. So okay. So the DEP permit could end up being more restrictive than our agreement.
I'm sorry.
Because it sets a total upper limit.
Right. Well, let's see. The town's comprehensive permit does not reference a load. It just references an average concentration.
Okay.
So what that means is it doesn't reflect the flow. If you're talking about a concentration instead of a load, what it means is you're not referring to the flow. So that is more restrictive, because if their flow is lower than the permit limit flow, then they could average higher. Their load could be higher.
Right. Okay. Do we know what the additional mitigation measures to get to net zero are planned to be? And do we have any right or ability to know what those are?
No.
I don't know what they are, as we sit here.
Okay. Last question. How much nitrogen removal will $750,000 buy us?
If you assume that the town's going to use that money to subsidize IAs, denitrifying septic systems, at $40,000 apiece, that would buy almost 19. Obviously, the town could do a variety of things with it, but that's the number of IA systems you could install at $40,000 a piece. IA upgrades.
That's
Mr.
helpful.
Brown?
Thank you.
So I'm apprehensive about their ability to treat to this level. You've been working for years to get our plant fine-tuned to the point where it can reach these type of levels of treatment, and I don't think they're going to have a system similar to ours. They're going to have an in-ground system, which is probably going to be more likely to be around 10 milligrams, wouldn't you think? Just an educated guess. I mean, I know you don't know what their system is, but
We'll see. So the main plant, or the town's plant, has averaged 3 milligrams per liter effluent total nitrogen over the last 5 years. I believe it's 4 or 5 years, and has been close in the other recent years. I don't know what kind of performance they're going to get out of their treatment plant, but these two permits, the comprehensive permit and the Department of Environmental Protection's permit, both provide standards with enforcement problems if they don't meet them.
and do we have the right to go in and do our own testing to confirm?
I think it's a little like that question about submitting false information. I think these are, so every month, or they are going to be required to report, I believe it's monthly, but whatever the frequency is within their permit. And those reports are somebody has to sign their name, certify that it's accurate when they submit that report. So I would not be suspicious of the data there, but I don't know the answer about going in. I imagine we could ask.
And then if I could, the final question is, if things go really wrong and it's really a pollution hazard that can't be mitigated on site, we might end up running a sewer line over there. That's my worst fear, is that we're going to get stuck with a bill for sewering an area that we wouldn't otherwise be planning to do, and I don't expect an answer to that. But the third thing is, we're under DEP mandate to remove nitrogen from Great Bay and that watershed, and now I'm baffled as to how the state can allow 346 kilograms of nitrogen to be added to that same watershed that's the most impaired water body that I'm aware of anywhere in Massachusetts. I mean, there's probably more, but it just seems like so contradictory to their mission.
There are conflicting, there are state regulations that are at cross purposes here.
Yeah.
The Chapter 40B regulations and the watershed permit regulations under the Clean Water Act generally are, they don't meet in the middle. Yeah. There are some contradictions.
They leave us in the middle.
Well, maybe we should consider a letter to our state delegation asking them to look into this.
Yeah, I think that's in order.
Yeah. Okay, something to think about. Okay. All right. Anyone in the audience have anything to add or mention with respect to this issue? Thank you, Ms. Lowell. And thank you, Mr. Johnson. Stop. Oh, please.
Is this on? Yes.
Yep.
Hi, Wendy Bissler, President, Coonamessett River Trust. Naturally, because this effluent will be flowing into the Coonamessett River watershed, we're very concerned about the possible impacts to the watershed and to downstream Great Pond. I am very, very uncomfortable with what has been proposed in this draft permit by DEP. It doesn't explain at all what the mitigation measures will be to try to meet this lower number. It doesn't mention the 3 milligrams. It actually doesn't mention fertilizer fertilizer plan either, though I know it's in the agreement worked out between the town and the developer. I just what's going to happen, like you guys have all brought up, if they don't meet those numbers? What's going to happen? Is the town going to be left holding the bag on this? It's so incredibly unfair to the taxpayers in this town that we have to pay and pick up the slack for something the state is demanding that we meet, but the developer gets off scot-free and they're making money off this project? That just seems incredibly unfair. And also I have a question, how do we determine what net zero will be? Will this be with this bi-monthly testing that happens, or how do we know that we're going to be meeting the net zero number that's being required?
The main monitoring here would be of the effluent from the treatment plant.
Okay.
And there, as far as fertilizer application, I think that's, I don't have an answer about how we'd monitor the fertilizer.
Okay. But how, so that the monthly testing will let us know what their limits are, and that will then let us know if it's not reaching, it's not adding it's no net zero to the watershed downstream?
It would let us know what the flow has been and what the effluent total nitrogen concentration has been, and how that compares to the two standards, one in the groundwater discharge permit and one in the comprehensive permit.
Okay. I would think, I would urge the town to appeal the permit, right? If it doesn't, even though you say you have the two agreements, shouldn't the town appeal the DEP permit if it comes in higher than what the agreement had been worked out between the town and the developer? That's another possibility to hopefully get what you want out of this project. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask town council if that would be advisable.
I'm not seeing that they conflict. I believe that they can work in concert with each other. And so far, we haven't seen the final permit. So,
right. Okay.
Of course, with anything, we'll always consider what our options are, but I'm not expecting there to be a conflict between the comprehensive permit and the final permit from the DEP.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to an update from the Municipal Light Board. Please approach and introduce yourselves.
You might have to help them.
I'm Courtney Bird. I live on Sipquisset Road, and I'm chair of the Municipal Light Board, and with me is the vice chair, Mike Beckerly, who's more technologically apt than I am, and is going to man the slideshow.
Yeah, which I had to figure out how to put on.
Unless it's there.
Oh, you might have to help them out. You might have to get it. We're already like 30 minutes behind schedule, so if you could help them out.
No set? No, I have no idea how to turn it on. I see it on the desktop here, but I don't know how to point it. Oh, there's a mouse. There's a mouse. Perfect.
So I think when I look in this Board of Selectmen, I think there are a couple of people who may have the same longevity as I do. 7 years ago, in February, the Select Board, and Peter probably remembers this, used to hold these sessions on Saturday morning up at the Falmouth Academy, where they would get all the town boards together to sort of brainstorm how the town could move forward more efficiently. And I was there as a representative of the Conservation Commission. So we went around the room, and we finally got to me after going around this huge thing, and I opened my mouth and I said, we should have fiber optic internet in Falmouth. We are way behind the scene. And there was stunned silence. And after the meeting was over, Sue Moran, who was at the time the chair of the select board, said, well, Courtney, you ought to head this up, because if anybody can do it, you get your teeth into something, you won't quit. Anyway, long and short of it is that not knowing anything about fiber, I said, well, I've got to learn, I've got to find some people that know something about it. And so I reached out to David Eisenberg, who lives in Woods Hole and used to work for the Bell Labs. And he put me in touch with Art Gaylord, who used to be the IT director at Woods Hole Oceanographic. And we formed an ad hoc committee, which for the lack of anything better to call it, we called it Falmouth Net. And the first thing we decided to do was to have a meeting in the Herman Room to see what kind of interest there was in having fiber optic internet in the town. And this meeting was held in June, and it was well publicized. The newspaper given it good publicity, and over 100 people showed up. And one of the people on our committee was also on the EDIC. And he said, Courtney, we need to get some money. And he says, come and make a presentation to the EDIC and see if they're willing to fund a feasibility study. So I went into the next meeting of the EDIC, and I made my pitch, and they put up $50,000 to fund a feasibility study. We issued an RFP. We had several responses. We selected a company who wrote up a feasibility study, which is on Falmouth Net's website. In the feasibility study, the study showed, number one, that there was the cost to build a network from scratch was be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 million. But the other part of it was, which was important, was that there was tremendous demand in the town. And in fact, they said potentially a 65% take rate, which means that's absolutely huge. There are 25,000 businesses and individual homes and apartments and that kind of thing in town. And so 65% of it would be like 13,000 or more. And so the study also suggested that the break-even point for a fiber optic network was somewhere around 40%, which would be about 8,000 or 9,000 homes, maybe a little more. So I bring that up because it has some relevance to the present. In any event, out of that ad hoc group, we decided that we wanted to create a nonprofit 501c3, and it was called Falmouth Net. And our purpose was to advocate for a fiber optic network in Falmouth, presumably to be municipally owned and operated. So the Falmouth Net was formed as a nonprofit, and then it went out and raised well over $100,000, largely due to the efforts of David Eisenberg, I must say. And that money was used for a publicity campaign. And we lobbied the Board of not the Board of Selectmen, but the town meeting members very hard. And in 2023, the town meeting voted twice in two successive town meetings by percentages of 93 and 86% to create a municipal light plan, which would then operate a fiber optic broadband network on behalf of the town. And that municipal light plant was to be governed by a 5-person elected board called the Municipal Light Board. Now, there was a reality in all of this. It's called money. And the issue was, where do you come up with $50 million just like that? And as you well know, there are lots and lots of priorities in this town. Sewering, housing, coastal resiliency, just to name 3. Oh, and I forgot about the police station. That's 4. And there's one sort of basic rule of economics that I learned when I was a sophomore at Middlebury, taking a baby economics class from a gentleman who was a tank commander in the German Wehrmacht in Norway. In any event, the first rule of economics that he said was, desire is infinite, money is finite. And when you think about it, what that boils down to, all of the things that you guys wrestle with, that this town wrestled with, boils down to that one simple idea. There's only so much money to go around, and there's infinite desire. So anyway, we got this board up and running, and we were going to form a municipal light plant, and what that meant was that we had to come up with a business plan that would convince town meeting to spend $50 million. That was a tall order. And at the same time that we were faced with this, there were other options that we could have chosen. Rather than having a town-owned network, we could either partner with a private ISP, in which the ISP puts up a percentage, the town puts up a percentage, or we could have a ISP, internet service provider, who would fund the whole deal. Now, the downside of that, obviously, is that there's less control. If you own it, you control it. You can set the rates, you get the benefits of the revenue, and all of that. If you don't put any money in, and don't have any skin in the game, then, essentially, your leverage is a little less. But anyway, the reality was then in 2024 that there wasn't money available from the town. And so we put out a RFI, request for information. And out of that, we got several responses. One of them was a company called Boundless, or New England Broadband. Now, it was an offshoot of the company that had done the high-level engineering design study that we got a $150,000 earmark from Sue Moran's office to fund it. And Tilson was chosen to do the high-level engineering design study. And they were very interested in Falmouth, and they met with us informally and said we would be interested in coming to Falmouth and building a fiber optic network. We might be interested in partnering, blah, blah, blah. So they formed an offshoot called New England Broadband, or Boundless. And unfortunately, sadly, Boundless had problems with getting funding, and that whole thing kind of fizzled out. And so we get to the present, which is that out of that period, 3 other ISPs sort of came out of the woodwork and showed interest in building a fiber optic network in Falmouth. Now, these 3 ISPs, are listed up here: Gateway Fiber, GoNet Speed, and Ripple Fiber. Now, they have all expressed interest in Falmouth, And one of the realities that we have is that unlike cable television, where the town can essentially, as a franchise, can issue a franchise and therefore pick a provider, i.e. Comcast. When it comes to broadband, the law and the FCC do not allow that kind of exclusive arrangement. And so we have to open it up to competition, which is a good thing. So we investigated these three ISPs. They made presentations to us several times in executive session. We looked into their financing, and from what we could gather, they all seemed to be well-financed. They all had good references in terms of operations elsewhere in Massachusetts. And they have all shared their preliminary bill plans with the Municipal Light Board. The other part of it is that they all have regional plans for all of Cape Cod and southeastern Massachusetts, which Falmouth is a part. And this obviously is one of the reasons why we're a little concerned about opening it up to three ISPs, because you remember back when I talked about the feasibility study, and I said that break even was 40%, which is 10,000 homes. If you have three ISPs competing for that 40 or 42%, or 10 or 12, 11,000 homes, and they all get a third of it, they're not making any money. And so what happens then? Well, either one of them, they'll fold their tents up and sell their whatever infrastructure they've built to one of the other two, or the other likely aspect of this is that they are looking for a regional approach. And so, yeah, if they only get 6,000 customers in in Falmouth, but they get 10 or 12,000 customers elsewhere or more in Barnstable or Mashpee or Bourne or Sandwich or anywhere else on the Cape, then it makes sense. Anyway, now what differentiates the three of them, and some are, first of all, feel that the best way to proceed is to string fiber on telephone poles, of which there are well over 11,000 in Falmouth. However, those poles only cover 74% of the town's roads. 26% are underground, a lot of them in private developments. So anyway, but that's okay. That's their emphasis. Other ones are looking at going underground and saying, we're not worried about getting up on the poles, which is a very timely process and expensive. So essentially we're going to have a race that's going to start in the next month to month and a half. One of the networks has already met with the DPW and Conservation to discuss permitting underground, and I'm working on arranging for the other two to meet with the DPW and Conservation in the next couple of weeks.
Mr. Bird, you're going to have to kind of finish it up pretty soon. We gave you 15 minutes. And we're about there, so you're going to have to try and conclude as soon as you can.
So let me just quickly finish. So anyway, we are at a point where we are negotiating memorandums of understanding with each one of the three ISPs, which we expect to execute within the next 2 weeks or so. We also expect that the ISPs will get their permits either to go underground or up above within a short period of time. And so I expect that we will see of fiber optic internet construction in Falmouth within the next couple of months.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Any questions, Mr. Brown?
Will they all be operating off the backbone of the Open Cape network?
What's that?
Will they all be operating on the backbone of the Open Cape network?
Yeah, Open Cape, they have all talked to Open Cape and are all going to collaborate with them to one degree or another. Because it makes sense. Open Cape has 48 miles or something like that of fiber in Falmouth. So it makes sense for them to piggyback on it, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone
Any other-
else on the board? Dr. Goldsmith?
Yeah, if you could go back to the MOU slide, please. The per foot, per terrain install cost schedule for otherwise, so that is a cost that would come to the town to reach otherwise unserved areas?
Yeah, this is one of the things we've asked the ISPs in this draft memorandum of understanding to provide us, is because our concern has been that there are some quite remote homes in Falmouth, and their economics may want them to bypass that. We wanted to at least have them tell us how much, so that we could have some idea what it would cost, whether those homeowners would pay it or the town would pay it. We haven't decided any of that, but we want them to at least tell us. And there's really three kinds of things in Falmouth. There's aerial support, there's underground basically to the east of Gifford Street where you're in the outwash plain and underground is fairly easy to do. And then there's to the west of Gifford Street where underground is very hard to do. So, so we were allowing for different terrains and to have different price points, of course.
So that's just a request for information as part of the MOUs, and the role of the MLB at this point is kind of greasing wheels, coordinating, and accelerating?
Yes, what the ISPs get for the signing of this MOU is essentially promotional consideration from us and facilitation of their work with various town groups, in exchange for which we get to monitor they agree to meet with us periodically to monitor their build plans, and they agree to give us this per foot, per terrain schedule on cost, and a few other things, like our digital equity program they agree to support in certain ways.
Well, one of the things that's the big unknown in this is when all three of these guys are done building their networks, what percentage of the town will be covered and what percentage won't? And all three of them, to one degree or another, have said, well, to get to 100% or may take some town investment. I said, it's got very hard stuff. And that goes back to my point about desire is infinite and money is finite. And, that's a bridge we're going to have to cross as a town when it gets done. If there's enough demand for it, a significant number of people in the town are jumping up and down and saying, we want this, that may get to a question about what are our priorities and what adjustments are we going to make to it. I know when I say that, I can hear the audible groans from you people, and understandably so. But, it's a reality.
But on the other hand, we basically have to watch and wait at this point and see where it lands, and we'll see if there are gaps that need further attention in the future. In the meantime, this board is not costing the town anything, right? So
We appreciate your work. You've done a lot of work, and we know you have. So,
Just one question, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry?
I just have one question.
Oh, please.
Thank you very much. I was on the phone with Mr. Reed today until I was not on the phone because he drove through West Falmouth. So very much needs across our town to improve our grid. You kind of answered it there with your, as much as, we can see how much the people need this and how much we can push for it. But every committee that's given a presentation, I've asked what exactly do you want us to do? And it sounds like you kind of want us to wait and see, but is there anything in the short term that we can do to make your lives easier?
Yeah, I mean, that's...
I don't know that there's anything we're asking for from the select board at this time.
It's a fantastic answer. Thank you.
Couldn't be better.
We're not looking for money.
All right.
Even better.
We know there isn't any anyway. So we're just trying to inform you. We cross those bridges when we get to them.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. Oh, someone in the audience?
Just one, I am.
Please.
I'm Roger McDonald, and I am partners in crime with these guys. I just want to say that we do know from all three of those vendors where and what percentage of the town they think they cannot build in. And so our position basically is we represent the voters who want to ideally have 100%. We know we won't be able to get there unless there is movement by these vendors over time, and not monetary, but that we can do everything we can to help them and encourage them to make the additional investments that will be necessary in order to have Hatchville and East Falmouth and other places served. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One last question.
Mr. Brown?
Did you get any indication of what areas of town the ISP providers will be starting off with or focusing on?
All of them have presented plans to us indicating if they were the only one where they would build. Now that there are going to be 3 of them, that kind of throws that out the window. And so they're going to build where they can get started. And as I say, one of the ISPs, Ripple Fibers, already spoken with the DPW and with Conservation, and I'm setting up meetings with the other 2 ISPs and with the DPW and with Conservation, because in the next couple of weeks, because that's an important area, getting those permits in place before they can start to build. So, it's going to be an exciting thing, and we won't know how it shakes out and what the challenges really are until they say, well, we're all done. And if they've got 100% of the town built out, well, then we all on and move on. But if they only come up with 70% of the town, and they say, well, we need X million dollars, well, that's when, life gets difficult.
So I was surprised to attend one of your meetings several months ago, and the service provider that was there said that they were thinking of starting in East Falmouth because there was a lot of density there.
In fact, the plans we have seen, I would say, is not revealing anything from anybody by saying Falmouth Center, Falmouth Heights, Mara Vista, these are dense areas in Falmouth. The
Right.
largest number of customers is what they want to start from, because they all want to start building the fiber and start lighting, as the term, lighting the homes as fast as they can, because that's their business model. They want to take on customers as quickly as they can as they're building it out. Nobody's building everything and then turning it on at the end.
Right. So if you're in a high-density area, you're likely to be first to have the opportunity.
Interestingly enough, one of the issues for one of these ISPs is all the tree trimming that needs to be done along the poles. And it used to be that the pole owner, which is either Verizon or Eversource owns most of them, they used to routinely, up until about 30 years ago, when they went down the street and they pruned off vegetation, they not only kept the electric lines clear, but they also cleaned the trees and the brush and the vines and everything out of the communication area. Now, if you drive down the road, you find that isn't happening. And so that's a problem as far as at least one of the ISPs is concerned. So, we'll see how this all shakes out.
All right, thank you. Thank you both. Okay, our next item is an updated annual report from the Task Force on Workers and Families. Mr. Renshaw, do you have anything to
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I
give us
do,
an
and
intro?
I do. I apologize. We're way behind in the
Yep,
agenda.
we're getting there.
So as you all know, the Task Force on Workers and Families was created, established in 2024. I had an opportunity a few weeks ago to sit in on a presentation of the Task Force's annual report. A copy of that annual report is included in your packet. I've asked Hannah, one of the task force members, to present information in regards to that report. One of the reasons I selected tonight is because there's been a lot of discussion over the past several months about whether it be seasonal communities or residential property tax exemption. There's a lot of issues pertaining to creating additional workforce, affordable, attainable housing. And I was really impressed by the work that the task force did when I had an opportunity to speak with them about the annual report, because a lot of it really focused, in my mind, on some of the key objectives of the Select Board. So I want to thank Hannah and the rest of the task force for putting together the annual report, and with that, I'll turn it over to Hannah.
Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to fit us into your agenda tonight. It's been an interesting meeting, and I appreciate being here. All right, so I'll get started. Mr. Renshaw gave a great introduction, but to go over it, our mandate in 2024 was to research the policies and actions Falmouth can take to make this place an affordable and accessible community to the people of all income levels. And within our mandate was to look at three things: service needs of people, both related to childcare and housing support, other financial resources and subsidies that might be available to folks, and then policy changes like zoning and tax reform. So we had a pretty hefty mandate, and the approach we took to breaking that down was to research best practices from other municipalities and try to engage as diverse of a coalition of people in Falmouth as we could to determine what their priorities were in regard to these issues. So this took on several phases. We started with reviewing existing town actions, and then we segued into these community discussions, which I'll touch on a bit tonight. We called these the 3 roundtables for action. And then following that, we consulted several regional and local experts in town to take those priorities and decide what the most actionable and practical recommendations we could come up with would be. And now we're in the process of refining those recommendations, including determining the financing for these solutions, which we know is important to you. To get into our roundtables, we identified 3 stakeholder groups that we thought would be very important to hear from, and that includes members of our local workforce from diverse industries, families and childcare providers, business owners and hiring managers. And in order to get all these voices together, we conducted a pretty comprehensive and targeted outreach campaign, relying on some of the connections of existing boards in town with existing relationships, such as the Coalition for Children and the EDIC. We did several social media campaigns, flyers, press releases, and then we also hosted these at the downtown library because that was a pretty accessible forum for people. And I would say the output from these gatherings was pretty successful. We gathered at least 42 participants, and notably, this was many people's first time participating in any public engagement forum for the town. We got a fair amount of age diversity within the room, with our first roundtable having over 50% of people under the age of 35 participating. 50% of those folks were considered housing cost burdened, meaning they spend 30% or above of their income on housing. And we also captured a fair amount of professional diversity in these spaces as well. And out of these roundtables, we found that what people are looking for really aligns with your strategic priorities set out in a plan that I think is still in its draft phase. And kind of our findings fall under 3 categories listed out here. This is a cursory overview, and I'll get into it a little bit more now. So to go back to housing, we found that our participants really captured the urgency of the housing crisis, and I won't cover everything written out on this slide, but to give an overview, we had folks come who were living on a fixed income. We had folks come who had grown up here and were experiencing homelessness. And then we also had people participate who were really, their ability to stay in town was contingent on their boss providing workforce housing. So we feel strongly that decisions regarding housing and housing governance should come from these people, and and to go into that, so like I said, we were able to capture a good amount of people who were engaged, people who were struggling to find accessible and attainable housing in town. But very interesting to us, there was very mixed awareness of existing housing initiatives in the town. And among the people who did know the resources available to people, many people described feeling a little bit of disconnect between the pace of town governance and the urgency of the housing crisis, which I know this is a tough issue, and it's tough to make progress at the pace that it demands. As one person put it, we are missing the human value and connection in these decisions. And out of this roundtable, we came up with some recommendations, and one is to improve that housing governance, and then 2 is to invest in centralized town communications. So to go into housing governance, the first thing we think would be practical to do would be to adopt design standards that would accelerate the approval for multifamily housing in town. Luckily, there's already some resources to do this available through the Cape Cod Commission. We think it would be good to separate some of the administrative responsibilities of the zoning and planning board and make a separate task force dedicated to reform that brings, zoning reform that brings members of the zoning and planning board, members of town staff, the business community, and low and moderate income folks together to start thinking about what is going to work for everyone and build consensus at the beginning. And then we also heard some interest for the town manager and the select board to provide a mandate to prioritize affordable housing hearings at these zoning and select board meetings to help increase some accountability with the projects moving through. And yes, community engagement too. I just want to emphasize that I think this model we used to reach out to people really worked well, and I'd be happy to meet separately and talk about some of that in more detail. And then our second recommendation would be to invest in that centralized town communication. We know this costs money, and in the next months we will be meeting with people hopefully to understand ways to finance this position. And then another effective thing would be to revitalize the Falmouth municipal website. Importantly, creating a comprehensive webpage with the town resources available, consolidated in one place, and there's already models for how to do this, like the Arlington, Mass. Municipal website. And then going to segue to another very important thing. We've been lucky to work with Bethany Gay of the Falmouth Coalition for Children to get a really comprehensive look at the experience of working families in town and their experience trying to pay for childcare, which can cost an average of $26,000 a year just for infant care. So this is a big deal, and on top of a mortgage, I don't know how anyone would do it really. And Importantly, there are state subsidies theoretically available, but the wait list for these state subsidies is 30,000 families long. So it's basically off the table. There are 44 families in Falmouth currently on this wait list, and probably more people who need this resource, but it's at this point kind of futile to even try to get a state subsidy. But there are options, and we can look to our contemporaries on the Upper Cape as a good example of this, with starting some municipal child care assistance pilot programs. Bethany identified one very good funding opportunity, which is a community development block grant. Towns like Brewster, Dennis, and Wellfleet have partnered together to apply for such a grant and use it to fund municipal child care assistance program. This is a lot of money, as you can see. Not all of it would need to go to child care assistance. A lot of it has gone towards housing assistance as well. And she's compiling a comprehensive list of Cape Cod municipalities that provide municipal child care assistance. I think she's looked at 11 communities so far, along with how these communities fund and administer these programs. So we hope to include all that information in our final report to you as well. And then also in our future work, we found a strong interest for pursuing workforce housing at the municipal level for municipal employees, and this is definitely an area of future work for us. And we've identified some folks in Nantucket to talk to about this. And then finally, quick thank you to all of our current and former members who have made this possible. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Questions from the board? Mr. Richardson?
Thank you, one, for all of your work, how comprehensive it was, but I think that there's a lot, and you mentioned this, that we can take out from the process of this, particularly around the communication piece. My question to you, how do you envision, what are some ways that we can speed up our decisions while doing our due diligence? I found it's something that can be kind of difficult with the way that this form of government is structured. But what is the committee's view on how we can, I think we took a pretty significant step tonight with the tax exemption, but what are some other ways that we can, decisions that we can make in the short term, without having to go to town meeting? When appropriate.
That's a good question. I'll give a small example, and it's a good question and something that we need to consider thinking about more too, but one piece of feedback we got from people who were involved in supporting housing projects as they came through town is they'd often show up to a town planning or zoning board meeting, and it would be listed as the first thing on the agenda and then be shifted to the back side of the agenda. I think that created one, if there's legal representation there, that's more money being taken out of those affordable housing developers' pocket. Makes financing of this project's more difficult. So I think finding ways to increase accountability, and then also find ways for there to be more connection between town committees as well. Yeah, it's been very enlightening to be able to spend a lot of time as a committee just talking to other people doing great work in town and finding ways to have a little bit more synergy between us. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. And I can't reiterate how much I appreciate the work of your committee. And how, you know, top to bottom it is. And I really liked that first line you showed of, you know, the decisions we make are connected to human lives, and it's about improving people's lives and keeping them in the place they love. So thank you.
I will point out that the Select Board has met jointly with the Planning Board and the Zoning Board within the past 6 months. I think that is a, you know, suggestion that we will continue to do so going forward. But I do think it needs to be said. I'm surprised that, and surprised to hear that people actually think that the Select Board is out of step with this housing crisis. I don't think a meeting goes forward that we are not discussing housing and how this town and this Select Board can make it better, whether it's seasonal communities, whether it's you know, contributions from the Affordable Housing Fund. You know, I think this Select Board has done an amazing job in trying to deal with the housing issue. You know, certainly seasonal communities will allow for preferences for local preferences for workers here in town, and so forth. So, you know, I just want to go on record that I think the Select Board has done a really good job, and I don't think we're out of step with the housing crisis here in town.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Question on a different note. I know it wasn't necessarily something you set out to explore, but I'm curious about food insecurity and whether conversations around food systems came up at all in your workshops and conversations.
Unfortunately not. Yeah.
Fair enough.
But
It's not what you
it's a
were
good
looking for,
question.
but obviously
Yeah.
connects in as
Yeah.
well when you start thinking about household
Yes.
costs. And I know
Yeah.
the amazing work that the Service Center does, and for that matter,
Yeah.
the number of meals,
Yeah.
I'll get the number of thousands wrong if I try to quote it, that Belonging to Each Other has provided to unhoused members of the community this winter is pretty remarkable. So.
Yeah. And in regard to your comment, Mr. Muscali, I definitely, I don't want to give you guys the impression that you are not working extremely hard on this issue. And I think even the way the Select Board is structuring their meetings and around topics now, like that's been very impactful to see play out. And this is, not to deny this is a very difficult issue.
And I think a couple of meetings ago, we actually discussed childcare and how we might be able to help that as well. So certainly something that the Select Board is interested in, you know. And I join my colleagues in thanking you and your committee for all the hard work that you've done. And your report is very comprehensive. So,
thank you.
Mr. Richards, Mr. Reed, sorry.
Hi, thank you very much for your work on this. Having worked with you on housing stuff in the past, it's very nice to see this come to a new report. I have a question actually regarding something that I brought up before and something that's really important to us now, which is, you know, many coastal towns, taxes are becoming a tipping point that pushes people out. Has there been any kind of analysis into where we are as a workforce to understand, you know, property tax burden being a percentage, like if it's less than 3%, 3 to 5, where our workforce is right now in the current tax world? Or if not, is this something we can look into to have a better understanding?
Yeah, we have not spent too much time looking into that, but if that's something where it would be good to engage like the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce and talk to those people, we'd be happy to do that on the Select Board's behalf.
Mr. Brown?
So the zoning, expediting the zoning approvals, it's a challenge. You know, the zoning board probably works harder than we do.
Yeah.
They're meeting all the time, and they have a huge workload.
Yeah.
And, you know, I've talked to some of the members and say, hey, can't you try to move those things a little faster? And they're like, just look at the minutes, look at the records.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work that they're doing, so it's hard to criticize them for not moving faster.
Yeah.
As far as the planning, though, you could submit comments and recommendations to the planning office or to the Select Board, and we could pass it along. Because there are some things that we could still do. I mean, I think the planning board's done a good job of being creative, like with the Mr. Cod zoning and things that they've tried to implement to encourage more affordable housing. Hasn't really played out as well as had been hoped, so maybe we have to think of some more ideas. I think the legislation for seasonal communities will probably help us if we can implement that. That'll give us more opportunities for smaller houses on smaller lots. So we're working on it, but always more ideas would be helpful.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Yep.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone in the audience like to address this? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Oh,
Oh,
you have
Dr. Feynman Silva.
Thank you so much for your report. And I just wanted to point out that with respect to funding, this committee actually was passed at town meeting in 2021. It took us 4 years to finally get the committee actually running, and which was pretty sad. And with respect to creative ways of thinking, there is another organization in the state called the Common Start Coalition for affordable, accessible, high-quality early education and childcare. And the Common Start Coalition has also been working for several years to put ideas on the table at the state level. And certainly one of the ideas is, as always, to find some tax revenue. In a wealthy town like this, we have very high wage earners, very high earners, and to find a small area in terms of the tax base to pull some money out for child care funding is, I think, an opportunity. Other towns have also created a dedicated line item and put funds into it. We did try back in 2021, when this committee was formed through town meeting, to dedicate $75,000 for a dedicated fund for subsidies for families for childcare needs. It did not pass, which was really a blow. At the time, Brewster had a fund that had $250,000 to provide for their workers. But as was noted in the statistics, childcare can be more than a mortgage payment for a family with 2 children, an infant and a child. You might pay $40,000 a year for childcare. If towns can provide substantial subsidies for working families, that will help. But I think we have to do a multifaceted approach to solve the housing crisis. This is one of the major pieces of that puzzle, is childcare funding. And I hope you don't forget. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. We move on to a vote on the final wording on the naming of the Green Pond Bridge for Sergeant Joshua Tipton. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very quick overview. As the board may recall, back in June of 2024, the family of Sergeant Joshua Tipton made a formal request application to the board to ask the board to consider naming the Green Pond Bridge for Sergeant Tipton. There was a 1-year wait period that went into effect per policy. The board took up the discussion again after that 1-year waiting period subsided on July 15th of 2024. The select board decided to nominate Select Board Member Reed to take up the initiative and make contact with the relevant departments and stakeholders to discuss the naming of the bridge. Back on December 1st of last year, the Select Board, I should say, conducted a public hearing to hear that report from Select Board Member Reed. The Select Board then designated the member to seek input from the community. We considered a vote to name the bridge for the Green Pond Bridge for Sergeant Joshua Tipton, but we never really landed on a firm name. During that discussion on December 1st, Select Board Member Reed explained he approached naming as a way to consider combined recognition. And going through the minutes of that meeting, there was some discussion about naming the Green Pond Bridge the Invisible Wounds Bridge in memory of Sergeant Joshua Tipton. You can see in the recommendation tonight, I'm recommending that the board consider perhaps naming one half of the bridge, if there's some interest in the community, to name the other half of the bridge in some other manner. That would be great. We just have to initiate that process, that, again, that 1 year wait period to name the other half of the bridge. But for tonight's purposes, because we've been discussing this for a couple of meetings now, it's my recommendation that we move forward with considering naming the bridge, one half of the bridge at least, in the name of this Invisible Wounds Bridge in memory of Sergeant Joshua Tipton.
Mr. Reed?
Yeah, one thing I'd like to add in this is it's been a real pleasure to work with Amanda on this one. She's been very gracious and patient with us. I think we had a request during the December 1st meeting to include another name of an individual here in town. It was a good thing to do, but it also, we have to look at the unintended consequences. We reached out to the family, reopened scar tissues. We then have a policy that doesn't make sense to the person that we've just opened up scar tissues with, who are a little upset that we couldn't add the name in the same thing. Understanding policy and process, we couldn't do that. But it was an innocent request that ended up having negative consequences. With that, I just wanted to recognize that the family that we reached out to, if we can make it better, I will see that I will do my best to honor that fallen individual. That aside, I would like to make the motion to approve naming one half of the Green Pond Bridge, the Invisible Wounds Bridge in memory of Sergeant Joshua Tipton.
Second.
In order to allow the future opportunity to initiate the naming process of the other half of the bridge in honor of another service member, if so desired.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I would just like to say thank you to Mr. Reed as a completely new select board member for taking this on, and I think handling it with a really sensitive issue very well, and also to Sergeant Tipton's sister and family for a really, I'll use Colin's word, gracious process and conversation around this process.
Okay, thank you.
And if approved, I will be working with Mr. McConerty right away to get the signs ordered and a dedication ceremony scheduled.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to consider a request from the 250th Anniversary Task Force for a variance to sign code section 184-7 placement and 184-32 off-premises signs to hang banners containing quotes related to the American Revolution and with information on the Falmouth Historical Society's exhibition on the American Revolution on poles on Main Street. Mr. Renshaw?
Real quickly, I see the applicant here tonight, Mr. Chair and Select Board members. The task force has applied for this variance to install, hang 14 banners on poles on Main Street. 12 of these banners, as you indicated, contain quotes related to the American Revolution, and 2 of the banners contain information on the Falmouth Historical Society's new exhibition. There's examples, I believe, in your packet this evening of what the task force is proposing. If approved, the DPW, Department of Public Works, has agreed to hang all 14 of the banners, as this is a town-sponsored committee.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
We held this from the last meeting at the request of Dr. Goldstone. Can we get clarification on the reason before we go into?
Happy to elaborate on that. I would say when I think we saw a kind of rough draft of this proposal at a report from the committee, and I was enthusiastic to use the pole banners to celebrate the 250th anniversary. Sitting with the actual design when it was put in front of us, I have to say caused a little bit of unease about political speech and what that might open us to in terms of allowing other political speech, right, by having quotes from individuals. I was a little concerned about that. I've been assured by town council that it's not an issue in that we cannot place restrictions on the speech that is on the flags or in deciding whether or not to hang them, that being a restriction on the content on the flags. But that was the nature of my concern with this request.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So, Mr. Ripley, if you want to, just give us a brief description. I think we've probably satisfied the reason why it was held the last time, so we're probably very close to being able to make a decision, but, you're here, we'll give you an opportunity to, let us know what's going on with the committee.
All right, thank you. Bob Ripley, Chair of the town's 250th Committee, and out in the audience is Karen Ronaldo, who was our artist, and Tamsin George. So these are the 14 banners that we actually used last year. So we're not purchasing anything new. And we had them last year up around the same time frame. And of course, last year was the 250th of the start of the Revolutionary War. And this year is the 250th of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. So this really kicks off a series of events that we'll be doing on behalf of the town over the really beginning on July and then going through probably September. We're going to be doing a kickoff of a dedication of a plaque up in Falmouth Heights on July 1st. Which we're going to be working on that application. And we already have the stone is up there. We have a temporary plaque on it right now. But we'll be doing, as I say, a series of events that will take place on the museum on the greens, some on the library, and throughout the town. So this really begins the process of hanging these banners back up again.
Thank you. As the liaison to the committee, it was really an honor to work with all of the committee members. You've done a great job in bringing this, forward and helping us get in a position to celebrate the 250th anniversary. So, is there a motion? Would someone like to make a motion?
Would you like me to read this?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and make it?
I make a motion to approve the request from the 250th Anniversary Task Force for a variance to sign code 184-7 placement and 184-32 off-premise signs to hang 14 banners on poles on Main Street for a period of June 29th, 2026 to September 1st, 2026.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks very much.
Really passionate.
We're slowly getting back on schedule here. So our next matter is to consider a vote to approve a request from the Falmouth Commodores Baseball Club for a variance to sign code 184-7 placement and 184-32 off-premises sign to hang Falmouth Commodore flags on the light poles on Main Street. Again, Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, to give the board an overview, the Commodores Baseball Club submitted an application to hang 39 banners on poles along Main Streets. The request is to place these banners from June 1st, 2026 to August 14th. As the board may recall, there are currently 44 street poles along Main Street. The other streetlight poles requested by Falmouth Commodores on Library Lane, Shore Street Extension, and Town Hall have not been used for banners in the past, as far as we know. I understand there's been some discussion facilitated by Diane Davidson, the office manager in the Select Board office, between the Commodores and the 250th, and that the Commodores may be considering to reduce their request from 39 banners down to 30 to allow the 250th banners to be hung in conjunction with, because there's a bit of an overlap between the dates. Again, June 29th to September 1st is the request from the task force, and the Commodores Baseball Club is requesting placement of their banners from June 1st to August 14th. So to accommodate that overlap, it's my understanding the Commodores have offered to reduce that request from 39 down to 30.
Appreciate their willingness to do so. Is anyone from the Commodores here tonight? You want to step up, please?
Good evening. Chris Fitzgerald, President of the Falmouth Commodores. That is correct. We did reduce the number of banners to 30. As you can see in the drawings, the renderings, we were put these on Main Street like we did the last couple of years. My understanding is we've been doing this with the town since our 100-year anniversary. In terms of placement, we will work with the 250 committee as to where their banners are going to go and then where ours could go as well. We have already reached out to Locust Street Signs, who will hang the banners for us, and we will be using the structures that are currently on place on the light poles.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions?
I have
Yep.
one,
Dr. Goldstone.
and I guess to preempt Mr. Reed's question, since I held this one on the last agenda as well. My concern here, and I appreciate very much the working together to figure out how to bring the number down to what's within our typical 44. I just want to make sure we're not going to come up against any other conflicts. This is a large number of signs. And I note that the timing, obviously, the summer butts right up against things like the road race, and so I don't know if we have other anticipated requests for signage for the summer period that we need to be considering.
Great question, and included in your packet, I was trying to pull it up. Again, Diane Davidson, the office manager in the Select Board office, does a great job coordinating, and there's a matrix that she prepares literally, and there's a copy in your packet. It's one of the attachments. But to answer Vice Chair's question, I'm confident that there won't be any direct conflict because Diane does do such a fantastic job with coordinating and making sure. And when instances like this do occur, again, we thank the Commodores for working with the 250, the task force, to kind of work through those conflicts. But to my knowledge, because I talked to Diane about that specifically, she's looked ahead throughout the rest of the season, the summer and fall season, and there's no conflicts.
Excellent. And thank you to Diane.
Yeah, and thank you for you're willing to work with them as well. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve 30 Falmouth Commodores baseball banners on streetlight poles on Main Street from June 1, 2026 to August 14, 2026.
We have a motion.
A second.
And a second. Any further discussion?
Just an important question. Who's going to win the World Baseball Classic?
It's, USA. Fun fact, the Commodores have 7 alumni in the World Baseball Classic.
Wow, that's wonderful. Good going. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a request to consider a request from Lillian Kazanis of New England Festivals for a waiver of the special event permit fee for the Harbor Light Illumination Concert Series and Artisan Market being held at Marina Park on Saturdays 7/4, 7/11, 7/18, 8/8, 8/15, and 8/22/26. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the board is aware and the community is aware, this is a great event. It goes back to 2019, I think the COVID year 2020. The event unfortunately had to be suspended, but ever since then it's run consecutively. Last year was the first year that a request was made for a waiver of the special event permit fees. There's a calculation, as you've heard me state before, that the Select Board office does with regard to the permit fee. It's included in your packet. The total would be $600 if the Select Board were interested in reducing the fee based upon the formula that the front office provides. It's my recommendation, Mr. Chair and Select Board, that the board consider, as it has in the past, waiving the fee in its entirety.
Okay, Ms. Kazanis, would you care to add anything to that?
Well, Mr. Renshaw pretty clearly stated, that
you've given me support in past years, and I greatly appreciate it. And also just wanted to thank the Falmouth Cultural Council for their grant again this year, which was part of the reasoning I came to last year. It came to my attention that I could request a waiver, and the issue was such that I got this grant, and then it became ineffective for the project because of fees, and it was money coming from the town and then going, so it was just a bizarre situation that made me aware that I could even request a waiver, so I greatly appreciated it. It makes the project that much more successful and able to produce.
Great series of events, and it's a donation as people want to donate for attendance, so it's really a wonderful community event. Any questions? Anyone else? Someone want to make a motion?
I would make a motion to approve the request from Lillian Kazanis of New England Festivals for a full waiver of the special event permit fee for the Harbor Light Illumination Concert Series and Night Market being held at Marina Park on Saturdays, July 4, July 11, July 18, August 8, August 15, and August 22nd, 2026.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. And
All right.
yes, please thank Diane too for, again, for her help as well.
Okay, we will.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next item is to consider a vote to appoint members to the Lawrence School Building Committee. Select Board member representative of the body authorized by law to construct school buildings in town, town manager, school superintendent, principal of Lawrence School, Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the school building grant program, state regulations require that an eligible applicant establish a school building committee for the purposes of monitoring the application process and to advise the eligible applicant during construction of the facility. Under the state regulations, the definition of eligible applicant is the chief executive officer of the town. The state regulations further state that appointments to the committee be done in a manner consistent with the town's charter and any relevant bylaws. As you know, the Falmouth Charter states that the Select Board is the chief executive officer of the town and therefore is authorized to create any governmental body as may be required. Select Board has created a committee appointment policy, a copy of which is included in your packet tonight, which governs these appointments to any Falmouth governmental body. Select Board is the proper appointing authority for this school building committee, and the Select Board should follow its normal policies and procedures when making appointments to the Lawrence School Building Committee. Included in your packet is a listing of those specific positions on the committee stated out in the state regulation. A member of the Select Board, the town manager, at least one member of the school committee, the school superintendent, the local official responsible for building maintenance, a representative of the body authorized by law to construct school buildings in the town, the principal from the Lawrence School, a local building official or member of the Finance Committee, members of the community with architectural engineering knowledge of the educational mission and function of the school facilities and or construction experience in general. Mr. Chair and Select Board, the regulations further allow for the Select Board member that is appointed to also serve on the committee in the capacity of a representative of the body authorized by law to construct school buildings in the town. It's allowed, it's not required. School committee is scheduled to meet on March 10th. I've been in conversations with School Superintendent Dr. Dewar, and they're going to be prepared to vote to recommend to the Select Board as the appointing authority at least one member of the school committee to serve in that capacity. You can see in your packet, Mr. Chair and Select Board, that my office is recommending that the Select Board consider approving the appointments of the following members to the Lawrence School Building Committee. Select Board member who will serve as the representative body authorized by law to construct school buildings in town, the town manager, the school superintendent, Dr. Dewar, and the principal of Lawrence School, Mr. Tom Bushy. In our scheduled March 23rd meeting, the Select Board is going to have an agenda item with regards to interviewing community members with, again, those specific skill sets. And it's going to be my recommendation at that time also that the Select Board consider an appointment of the local budget official at that time as well, who I'm probably going to make recommendation to somebody from the school department serving that capacity.
So we have received interest from members of the community who have the experience mentioned in the guidance, architecture, engineering, knowledge of educational mission and function of school facilities we have received?
We do have several applications that meet those requirements.
And we'll be dealing with that on
That'll be a
March 23rd.
separate agenda item the next meeting on the 23rd. Tonight, I'm asking for the board again to consider those specific regulation required appointments.
So, just go ahead. Mr.
Just a question I have. A representative of the body authorized by law to construct school buildings in the town?
So,
Who would fill that role?
So, a very good question, and we've had some discussion, and council has weighed in on it as well. So, the guidance is a member of the school board, a member of the select board, the town manager, at least one member, school committee, school superintendent, a representative of the body authorized by law to construct school buildings in the town, which is the select board. Our original understanding was that that person would be the same as the member of the select board who would be chosen.
I see.
However, with further discussions with town council and Mr. Renshaw, I think it would be better for us to hold off on appointing a representative of the body authorized by law to construct school buildings in the town, waiting for people who might be otherwise interested in the position that we could appoint at the meeting on March 23rd. So, and it could ultimately be the same person that's the member of the select board, but at least it allows us to possibly have another person be able to be appointed to the committee, expanding community outreach, engagement, and so forth. So
to clarify, you're saying that the representative of the there's the member of the select board.
Right.
The representative of the body authorized, i.e. the select board. We could designate someone who is not a member of the select board to represent us.
that was council's opinion, and yes, that would be.
Okay.
And I'm just holding that open for, let's see who comes before us at the March 23rd meeting.
Which one do you want it? Select board member.
I'm sorry?
I would be happy to do it.
I have spoken to Mr. Brown. I don't know if anyone else is interested, but he's very knowledgeable of the Lawrence School.
I went on the tour.
And,
It was an eye-opening tour for sure.
Yeah, and as did I and Dr. Goldstone. So,
Can I ask one other question? The local official responsible for building maintenance?
Yes, it's my understanding, in talking to Dr. Dewar and council had been working with Dr. Dewar earlier this year on this item, that is a member responsible for school facility maintenance.
Okay.
and just to clarify, the position of a local budget official or member of the finance committee, our charter actually prevents members of the finance committee from serving on other town-appointed bodies, so it would have to be a local budget official to serve in that capacity.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
My only question, and my apologies for not asking this sooner, has there been any consideration or interest, and I know the scope of this time, this committee might be a long time, was there any thought into maybe putting a student on the committee?
I mean, I don't think there's been any consideration. I'm not sure.
I don't know if there's been any.
Although
if anyone has.
presumably they could express interest as a member of the community, they certainly have knowledge of the educational mission and function of school facilities.
Certainly don't think there's a prohibition that I could see if someone was interested.
Okay, just wondering. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would share with the rest of the board that I would be potentially interested, but am willing to wait to see who comes before us as additional applicants.
Okay, you could possibly fill that role as a representative of the body, so, which is even, good to expand that as well. So, if the board doesn't have any other questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve the appointments of the following members to the Lawrence School Building Committee. Select Board Member Douglas Brown, Town Manager Michael Renshaw, School Superintendent Dr. Lori Dewar, and Principal of the Lawrence School, Mr. Tom Bushy.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Doug, for agreeing. And thank you, Dr. Goldstone, for your interest. What I'd like to do, if we could, is I'm going to take K out of order, as there are people here that are, I think interested in at least hearing what we're thinking of doing here, and then we can have the discussion with respect to the strategic plan after that. So this is discuss revisions to the June 2025 ICE and immigration position statement and planning for the next community conversation meeting. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you indicated, the board adopted a position statement back on June 30th of last year. A copy of that statement is included in your packet. It's also been posted to the town website. There's been a lot of discussion about significant developments, new developments, both locally and nationally, involving ICE operations and questionable enforcement practices. These developments have warranted a further review and potentially revisions to the board's position statement. There was also some discussion in the past about a letter being written to our federal delegation. There's no direct action taken by the board with regards to that letter. So really the purpose of this item is to discuss any potential revisions to, again, that June 2025 position statement, and as well as discuss planning steps. As you all recall, there's a planning committee that was formed that put together the process that ultimately led to the January 22nd community conversation forum that we had right here in this very room that was very well attended. We filled the room. So I'd like to also have some discussion and take direction from the board about what the board would like to see in terms of a next community conversation and perhaps topics related to that.
Okay, well, I have previously spoken with Member Reed and Vice Chair Goldstone about taking the lead on, on possibly revising our position statement. I just want to say that, that the level of decline in student participation, people going to work, people feeling free and comfortable to go out in the community is very difficult to quantify. But the level of fear in our community is something we cannot ignore, and I think this board needs to, to take a strong position with respect to this issue. So I'm happy to open it up for further discussion. Mr. Renshaw? I'm sorry,
no worries.
Mr. Richardson. Too many R's here. Renshaw, Reed, Richardson, Robert. Okay.
Beyond 100% yes, and thank you to the committee, the planning committee, as well as your leadership, Mr. Town Manager. That was, again, really, the only problem was the room wasn't big enough, and that's a good problem to have. Beyond, and Town Council, this might be a question for you. It is important we update our statement. Things have drastically changed in 7 months. I remember when I was standing up there, I was reading it, I was like, okay, this is already updated. In terms of steps of taking actionable policies, in discussion with some of the members of the Falmouth Immigrant Rights Coalition and some national people, I have some friends out in Minneapolis I had some discussions with. I was curious to what would the steps be for us to adopt some policies. And I'm just going to read a few, and if you can then maybe digest it, and this might be something for another meeting, but if there's any way we can take positive steps tonight, then I would like to. And I'll just read I won't read the background, I'll just read the official things. If we need to work this out later, we can. But prohibiting the use of town property by ICE as an official policy. Prohibit ICE access to individuals in Falmouth Police Department custody unless in response to a valid judicial warrant. And then just also, these things might already be in practice, but I'm just saying if we could have this be an official policy of this board to protect our immigrant friends and neighbors, I think it's something that we should consider. Those were the two ones that I thought were feasible in terms of us being able to what I thought would be under our charter, what we could do as a board. But other ones could be to, if we could share signs with different business owners around the community, be specific about the way the town is prohibiting collaboration with immigration enforcement into our town code. That sounds like something that would require a town meeting. But at least, I don't know, I've been rambling, what if town council, those first two ones, again, I'll just repeat them. Prohibit the use of town property by ICE, and prohibit ICE access to individuals in Falmouth Police Department custody unless in response to a valid judicial warrant. Would these be things the select board could institute as a policy?
Just speaking to the first one, prohibiting use of town property, that is something the select board could do immediately. I did review this when it came up, when Mayor Wu issued an executive order concerning the use of town property. So in my opinion, it's something that is absolutely feasible. As to the second one, prohibiting access to individuals in police custody without a judicial warrant, is that what you said? So I would like to have a conversation with the police chief, just to talk about how that might impact officer safety. But as far, it already has hallmarks of something that could be explored, with the conditional language about there having to be a requirement of a judicial warrant. But I think a conversation with the police chief is necessary.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. We could definitely continue this discussion, but I would like to start by making a motion to officially prohibit the use of town property by ICE.
Mr. Richardson, I concur that that's something. But what I think might be better would be a motion to direct town council to prepare a statement with respect to the prohibition of ICE using town property and present it to us at the next meeting.
Okay,
Would that be a motion?
Yeah, that, but just change the word of statement, but policy
Yes.
would be the only change to that, and then we can continue the discussion after that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Motion and a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then after this, I'll shut up. Yeah, I think it is important that we change our policy to be more oriented around protection and resources, and here's what you are doing. We are all unequivocally against it to different levels, of course, and that's what we have as individual politicians and members, but I think what our statement should be focused on is, here's what we are doing for you, here's what our policies say for you, and here is where you need to go, and what resources are available for you, and what have we made available. I think it's very clear that what ICE is doing is completely unconstitutional. It is destroying our local economy, and it is just, more importantly, it's destroying people's lives. But it's about how do we protect the most vulnerable in our society right now, and I think that taking these steps towards actionable policies is the way to go at this time, but open to further discussion.
I appreciate and concur with the leaning toward finding what we can do that is actionable. And in terms of updating the statement, I think it's important to recognize, excuse me, that it is just that. It is not a policy, as we were just talking about. It is not an action. It is a statement. In looking through what was already in that statement, I think there's some easy strike through of about a paragraph and a half that's simply outdated. The rest of it, to me, still rings true as a statement of our values and approach. I think, given the vote that we just took, there's probably some language that could be strengthened and more of a statement of, obviously, if we're prohibiting access to town property, making that clear to folks and beefing up the section about resources. We provide a link to the website and to our immigration resources page on the website, but recognizing that may not also be accessible to everyone, putting a synopsis of some of those resources in. And I would be more than I'm happy to obviously take additional ideas and guidance from the board, but would be more than happy to provide a draft that accomplishes those things for the board to review in advance of our next meeting. Okay. In addition, I would still like to advocate that this board write a letter to our federal elected representatives. That, in my mind, is more than a statement. It is an action that we take within our form of government to advocate up to those who have the ability to set the rules of the game in a way that we do not. And in particular, advocating for our federal representatives to hold federal immigration officials to the same standards that we hold our Falmouth police to. That they be uniformed and clearly identified, that they uphold constitutional rights, that they de-escalate, that they have use of force guidelines. These are common sense measures that, again, is what we expect of our Falmouth police. I don't know why we wouldn't want to expect that of all law enforcement officers in our community. We don't have the power to enforce that on federal officials, and our federal elected representatives do. And so asking them to take that action on behalf of our community is, to me, a really important action for this board to take.
Would you be willing to draft such a letter?
I will
and have it
absolutely
for us
provide
at
a
our
draft
next
within the
meeting?
next week of a letter that this board can review in advance of the next meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
So
Mr. Brown?
I could. So I'm in favor of all of those actions. I would like to point out, though, that I felt like this is flawed. Shortly after we did it, it was brought to my attention by a local law enforcement person who said that it seems that we might not be actually accurate in our paragraph that begins with, finally, while Massachusetts state law stipulates that local police do not and will not assist or participate in federal immigration enforcement, it's important that they be aware of potentially disruptive activities in our town. We encourage the traditional collegial sharing of information between law enforcement agencies to ensure safe, effective operations. So what I'm saying is, in years past, there was a more collegial relationship between federal immigration enforcement authorities and local authorities. And I feel like we should still have in here somewhere that if there is a legitimate judicial warrant for a criminal in our town, that we are going to be working with those authorities to, I mean, even the immigrants that are here don't want the criminal element in our town.
Would adding, and I think this speaks to some of the earlier conversation as well, because I would say that transferring custody is participating or assisting in immigration enforcement, so does not or will not assist without a judicial warrant. And I don't know, I mean, Town Council, you reviewed this original statement to ensure its legal accuracy, the representation of Massachusetts state law. I guess I can just run the draft past you as well to make sure that that continues to be accurate.
I'd like to somewhere in here say that if a judicial warrant is present, we will cooperate, because I think we'd be wrong not to. I don't want to just be completely anti-ICE here to the point of extremism, because sometimes it's a legitimate warrant. We've had some criminals that had been removed in years past, that which it was important that the work was done.
I don't think anyone would doubt that someone under a judicial warrant should be dealt with accordingly.
And I think that maybe would foster a little more cooperation as well.
Okay.
One other one I have, maybe considering another letter to Governor Healy explaining the 287G agreement that she does have with ICE still. It's my understanding she's one of the only governors in a political situation like ours that actually has that agreement in place. So it might be worth seeing how that works for them, kind of to your point, Doug, to see how that works.
I certainly want to acknowledge the receipt today of a substantial amount of information from some of the advocates in the community to help us, guide us with respect to what other towns have done, and we appreciate all that information, and thank you. Anyone else? Otherwise, I'll see if there's anyone from the community that would like to speak.
One last thing, Mr. Chair, which
Sure.
is also part of the agenda item, was potential additional community conversations.
Right.
I think there was a lot of interest from attendees at the first community conversation in training around de-escalation and bystandership and those sorts of things. But what I would like to advocate for is actually getting that event planning committee back together to talk about what ideas for and needs might be, given that the members of that committee, some of them here, continue to be very active in this work and talking with folks, and might have a better sense as a group of what good next steps would be, and perhaps that committee could bring recommendations back to the, or suggestions back to the select board.
I think that's a great idea. Great. Okay. Would anyone in the community like to say something? Yes, Peter, come on.
Good evening. Peter Wasdorf, Precinct 1. At first, let me thank the board for deciding to revisit your earlier statement on immigration, and also for considering planning some more community forums after the very first successful one. I'd like to start with a purported Egyptian proverb. They asked the Pharaoh, "What made you a tyrant?" He said, "No one stopped me." As a member of both Indivisible Falmouth and the Falmouth Immigration Rights Committee, I fully endorse the joint committee statement submitted to you earlier this evening and applaud the hard work by a number of individuals that went into it. I also know that some members of our committee shared a view, perhaps familiar to some of you also, that we should not propose anything unenforceable. I asked them, and I'm now going to ask you, to consider that this might be a time when stepping outside our comfort zones regarding that issue might be a patriotic duty. The problem we all face, of course, is the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution and the way that clause has been interpreted by White House advisor Stephen Miller and this administration to claim that federal law enforcement agencies like ICE, quote, operate with absolute immunity. And yet, when each of us consider the point-blank shooting of Renee Good, the shooting of Alexis Pretty while he was pinned to the ground and offering aid to a woman, the dragging of Chon Li Tao, an American citizen, out into the freezing cold while dressed only in shorts and Crocs, the use and then detention of 5-year-old Liam Rinos as bait to apprehend his father, the warrantless roundup of day workers based only on their skin color and language, the apprehension of a Falmouth resident that left his car running in the street in front of Coffee House, the use by ICE agents of face masks, false police jackets, and missing identification. Doesn't something in each of our guts and our hearts scream the supremacy clause argument cannot possibly allow this? And it turns out we may be right. Quote, the key to holding immigration and customs enforcement agents accountable for constitutional violations may lie in a 1987 law review article by a young law professor named Akil Reed Amar, New York Times, February 2nd of this year. His central point for present purposes was that state legislatures can authorize lawsuits against federal officials for violating the Constitution. If that is right, such state laws could close an odd gap in federal law that, broadly speaking, allows such suits against state and local officials like police officers, but not against federal ones like ICE agents. This is exactly what the framers imagined
state law protecting us against federal abuses, Professor Amar said. Quote, over the years, some states, including California, Maine, Massachusetts, and New Jersey, have enacted laws along the lines that Professor Amar proposed, though they are largely untested. And Illinois recently adopted one to specifically address the conduct of ICE agents. Still, Vikram Amar, Akhil's brother and also a law professor, said, such state laws can serve a larger purpose. In the spirit of federalism, he said, not only can states experiment in this way, but doing so would likely lead Congress to address the problem, because it's unlikely that Congress would want to leave a patchwork of different state regulations and different remedies. Shouldn't we then, at every level of government, town, county, state, and federal, endeavor to communicate our concerns and propose and pass laws protecting citizens from federal constitutional violations, so that no tyrant in the future can say, no one stopped me? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Either way. Yep. Just introduce yourself. Okay.
Hi, I'm Deborah Cattler, resident of Falmouth. I'm active with the Falmouth Immigrant Rights Coalition and also with the Luce Immigrant Justice Network and the Boston Immigrant Justice Accompaniment Network. And through all of that work, I've heard firsthand stories of local business owners who fear for their employees and their businesses. I've spoken to terrified family members trying to locate their loved ones who were detained by ICE on their way to work with no understanding of what brought them to ICE's attention. I've seen the challenges to get commissary funds to Massachusetts residents who have been shipped to ICE detention centers all over the country. One person in detention said that $20 here is like $1 million on the outside. How bleak must that place be for that to be true? So I come here tonight to urge the Falmouth Select Board to move beyond strongly worded statements and gestures of solidarity. And I was gratified to hear you talk about some concrete policies that you're considering. We need for lawmakers at all levels of government to take decisive action to adopt policies that protect residents, workers, and visitors from unlawful federal immigrant enforcement while upholding constitutional rights. As already mentioned, we sent a letter outlining many policies that we would like to see implemented in Falmouth. I've summarized the points in our letter to 3 areas, although of course not every point fits neatly into these categories. But the first is education about rights. Organizations, including the Falmouth Immigrant Rights Coalition, have been working on this for months, but additional support from the town could go a long way in helping our residents and businesses to feel empowered. Some of the examples we list in our letter include providing businesses, private property owners, and community members with clear guidance and signage about their rights, including that law enforcement may not enter non-public areas without a valid judicial warrant, and ensuring residents are informed of their rights to observe, record, and share information about ICE activities. Second, we outline ways that Falmouth can help protect due process, such as ensuring individuals in Falmouth police custody are notified if ICE intends to detain them, are given the opportunity to contact legal counsel, and are not transferred without a judicial warrant. Restricting the use of town property, which has already been discussed tonight, and using alternatives to arrest, such as court summons, to reduce unnecessary detention and potential federal intervention. Finally, there's the issue of data sharing. If elected officials are serious about protecting immigrant communities, their efforts cannot begin and end with access to counsel and due process for those already detained. They must do everything in their power to prevent people from being pulled into the detention and deportation machine in the first place. This requires targeting the surveillance and information sharing mechanisms that enable ICE to weaponize information gathered by local law enforcement with or without formal contracts. So this could be accomplished by prohibiting the sharing of license plate reader data and other personal information with out-of-state or federal agencies for immigration enforcement, limiting or prohibiting sharing of fingerprint data, especially for juveniles, with federal authorities unless legally required. So the signers of the letter that we sent earlier are committed to working with you to bring about these changes to Falmouth policy to allow Falmouth to be as safe and welcoming as possible, where civil liberties are respected, public safety is strengthened, and residents can more fully participate in the community with less fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, and thank you so much for putting this item on the agenda.
You are?
Oh, I'm Sandra Feynman Silva, Precinct 2.
Thank you.
And for allowing us to have a discussion about this very important topic. As town residents and leaders, we are in a very difficult situation as it pertains to how to handle the current immigration crisis and ICE's outrageous and extremely dangerous enforcement tactics. Furthermore, ICE's interactions with residents, local police, and immigrants has already been shown, even in our town, to be highly troubling. How do we protect our residents in the face of an unruly, irresponsible, and unlawful police agency in which our own residents are endangered and our own police are rendered powerless to protect us? We as a town must find a path to go beyond the suggestions made in the July 1st town statement, which said, and I quote, "We encourage the traditional collegial sharing of information between law enforcement agencies to ensure safe and effective operations." We cannot ignore that collegiality between ICE and civil society today does not exist. The agenda of ICE and the federal government is to round up as many immigrants as possible, detain them in massive detention centers around the country, and systematically deport them as quickly as possible. As a town, what can we do? The July 1st Select Board statement affirmed our commitment to be a welcoming community, as was noted, one that protects civil liberties, due process, and our U.S. Constitution. Now we must go beyond that level of commitment to detail ways to disrupt the illegal and unethical federal ICE conduct in whatever ways we can legally, by insisting that ICE perform its law enforcement duties using tools which respect the law and our Constitution. ICE cannot legally detain people who have committed no crimes, are here lawfully, and are doing nothing to warrant being grabbed from our streets and taken into custody, yet this is what they do. People who have exceeded their stay in the United States or have been brought to the United States by their parents as children are not hardened criminals. They have committed a civil infraction, not a crime, similar to driving with a broken taillight, speeding, or driving without a license. They must be treated in a way that is consistent with their infraction and not as hardened criminals. As town employees and/or residents of our town, we must protect the civil rights of others in our community by codifying the rights of all residents in town ordinances and town codes that are consistent with our Constitution and laws. Town employees may not detain a person based on an individual's appearance or suspicion that the person is not a U.S. citizen. Town employees may not perform duties of immigration or ICE officers except as permitted by law, The town may not expend town funds on resources to perform the work of federal immigration officers, again, except as required by law. We live in a society that thrives when we adhere to laws, codes, and ordinances that apply to all of us and protect all of us equally. When our town government details the specific ways that our town is legally prohibited from collaborating with ICE, we will all be safer. This federal agency has conducted itself in ways that are unlawful, dangerous, and unjust. Having those laws spelled out explicitly and codified in Falmouth Town Code would provide additional transparency and security to the people of our town, and ensure that future leaders do not arbitrarily change practices without democratic oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
So, my name is Judy Handley, Precinct 2. I didn't come with a prepared statement. I didn't intend to speak, but as I listened to you and the job that you have before you, I was thinking about the couple of days that I've spent doing business canvassing for Falmouth Immigrant Rights Coalition, delivering folders that have Know Your Rights information to business owners and managers. And I've only visited about 25 businesses on Main Street, from TD Bank down to Intergas on the end of Main Street. But I know that you, from doing that you represent people that have all different sorts of beliefs. Some believe that well, the point is they don't all believe the same thing, and you have to represent them all. And I appreciate the actions that you're considering, and hope that you can find a way not just to make the citizens of the town feel at ease, but the business owners as well, because many of them are very nervous. They don't know who to turn to. That's what they say when, at least they said to myself and a partner that did the business canvassing. So I thank you for anything you can do and appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any more discussion amongst the board? If not, we'll move on to our next item, which is to discuss the revisions to the Select Board FY23, FY27 Strategic Plan. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the intent of this item is really a first review of the product that our consultants from UMass, the Collins Center, put together for us. Just a bit of background for the community. The Select Board participated in a series of 3 workshops, Saturday workshops, beginning September, and then one in November, and then the last one on December 6th of last year. As you all recall, I've been here about 2.5 years. The first couple of years, our strategic plan annual review and update consisted of myself, the assistant town manager, facilitating a discussion amongst the Select Board, locking ourselves in a room per se for 5 or 6 hours and coming out with revisions. That was effective, but not as effective as I thought it could be. So we proposed, and the Select Board agreed to hiring this consultant to kind of facilitate a really deep dive into the strategic plan. I made a comment that I thought we had a very good strategic plan, the FY23, FY27 strategic plan, very robust. One of the issues is I began working with the departments to create measures to be able to measure our performance to achieving Select Board strategic goals, was that a lot of the goals contained in the original plan, the plan that was adopted in last adopted October 21st of 2024, was that a lot of the goals were not objective. They were very subjective. In some instances, they conflicted with one another, goals within the same key focus area. So it was time to do a complete kind of dive into this, and having the consultant help us out, kind of streamline the strategic plan. Goals should be objective, they should be actionable, they should be concise, 4 to 10 words. And if you look at the current plan that was most recently approved, the wording of the goals was not concise. So what I wanted to do tonight is, and you have copies of both the draft report that was prepared by the consultants of the Collins Center, I wanted to go through, not page by page per se, but I had a couple of questions, and maybe if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'll throw out a couple of questions that I had. Sorry. In regards to the draft, again, that was provided to us about a month and a half ago. On the first off, Peter and I, the assistant town manager, and I are currently members of a cohort group that was put together by ClearPoint Strategies, that software platform, as you recall, that we're using to kind of, again, measure, create metrics, KPIs. And one of the things that I learned is that an effective strategic plan should have anywhere between 2 to 4 goals categorized within a theme, they call it, but in our case, a strategic key focus area. We're lacking in some of those areas, and that's not something we're going to be able to address tonight. But I wanted to direct the board's attention to those areas where we only currently have one goal. Energy and sustainability currently just listed with one goal. I think we need to probably consider building that out. And there's other examples. If you look at organizational effectiveness, we currently have 3, I'm sorry. I believe it was water and conservation we were lacking in.
I believe housing only has one
Yes.
strategic goal.
Yes, it does. That's correct. So the first ask would be to consider some additional goals within those areas that just have one currently. I think we really should strive to have 2 to 4. That would be my first kind of suggestion or recommendation. There's a couple of blank items that are listed. If you direct your attention to key focus area 6, organizational effectiveness. The last goal, optimize engagement with the community, great goal. It's actionable, it's objective. One of the milestones or objectives within that is to create or convene, I should say, a community citizen academy. That goal is blank. I've had some discussions recently with the town manager in Chatham, Chatham just recently implemented a citizen academy. And it takes a good 6 to 8 months of planning and preparation to launch a good citizen academy, an effective citizen academy. So I'd recommend that we look at a date sometime literally in first or second quarter 2027 to allow staff and I time to put together the parameters. But again, that is a blank right now that needs to be filled in before obviously we can adopt. I'd also direct your attention to a question that I had in regards to the key focus area number 4, health and public safety. Under the second strategic goal, state-of-the-art police and fire facilities are in place and meeting the needs of residents and visitors. Again, I've learned that it should be actionable in 4 to 10 words, so I think it checks those boxes. The second milestone, however, I had some concern about the realist, if that's a realistic date. By the close of fiscal year 2026, update any study or studies made to date on the feasibility of combining the 2 fire stations and act on the recommendation of the town manager's office. We're closing in on the end of fiscal year 2026. That would be June 30th, so I don't think that's going to be a realistic goal. So I'd ask that we consider extending that out. I don't have a date in my mind, but I certainly, as you all know, we're in the process of bringing on our new fire rescue chief. And I certainly want that person to have some time to evaluate what plans have been done in the past and be in a position to maybe provide that by, again, maybe second or third quarter of FY27. That'll give enough time, I think, for the new fire rescue chief to work with my office to evaluate kind of where we're at with those reports. Again, within that same health and public safety key focus area, the last strategic goal states develop and adopt a long-term plan for police services. I'm going to be candid with you. I don't recall. I don't think I was part of that group that discussed this particular focus area or goal. But I had a question. Is that referring to what we're currently conducting on a department-by-department basis, organizational and structural kind of an evaluation, effectiveness of how the department operates, perhaps looking at deployments and standards of cover?
I have to admit, I'm pretty confused about this whole process. I really feel like we need another Saturday meeting to sit down with the previous draft and the new draft and sort it all out. Because, I mean, the one suggestion in the energy efficiency was the geothermal idea, which I just threw that out there as an example of ideas. That turned out to be our primary goal. It doesn't make any sense to me because I don't even know if it's feasible. And to have that as our primary goal, I think we really need to spend a lot of time breaking this down and going back.
I could go for another Lamura from Steve.
So the issue, so I understand that this was a different process. I thought it was pretty thorough, and there was some consensus. Again, at that last meeting, that was one of the purposes of the last workshop, is to gather that consensus. We can tweak this. It's not etched in stone. We can certainly make amendments to the language, and if that's not a goal under that strategic focus area that the select board wants to pursue, we can make that change. My concern is this, and I should have started out with this. Each year when we do these reviews, we typically begin them in late summer, early fall, August, September, and then we adopt the revisions in October, each of my previous 2 years. We completed the process, that three workshop session review in December, and now we're in March, and we don't have an adopted revised plan. So it's important, and I'll say it like this, it's important for my office to have this plan locked down. And again, I didn't believe that we're going to be able to do this tonight. I just wanted the select board to see the draft and have this discussion about the weaknesses and the strengths of it. It's important for my office, though, to have it locked down pretty quickly, like within the next month, because Peter and I, the assistant town manager, and I are working with the departments to, again, build out that ClearPoint Strategies measurement platform that I've talked about ad nauseum, about presenting quarterly reports to the select board and using that as a basis to drive our decisions. Again, the data-based decision making. So without having a plan in place that I can reference and refer the departments back to, it's making it a little bit problematic for me to meet that goal. That's a goal that I placed on myself, is to have that strategic management platform, that software in place. And it's a little bit disjointed now because we have a plan that was adopted in October of 2024 that has subjective, not objective, goals. And now we have this kind of hybrid where I think it's a much better document in terms of the objectiveness of the goals. But now there's some confusion, or perhaps more discussion has to be, was there true consensus that was developed in December when we met with a consultant?
So I will say, and I've been hearing Hannah's voice in my head all night about the pace of government, and I don't take that as a criticism of this board's commitment to doing the right things. I never cease to be frustrated with the pace of government, right? And with this strategic plan, I share, I think what I'm hearing is a sense of urgency, right? That we are months past when we should have had a strategic plan in place for you to be working with. And I share that. I mean, we're closer to the end of the fiscal year than we are to the beginning of the fiscal year. I think this strategic plan is in a much better place, but we're still in kind of an in-between, right? We heard the consultant say a couple of times, right? If we were starting from scratch to do a 5-year strategic plan, we would start with community and department input. We would really be starting from scratch, and we didn't quite do that, but we came close. And so this is very different, and the building consensus and agreement around it is turning out to be a longer process. And so I guess, like, I have a number of goals I think we should scratch, or milestones we need to add, and those sorts of things. But I guess I'm kind of looking for the sense of the rest of the board as, and for that matter, town management, of like, how much do we work on trying to perfect this versus how much do we say, we're in a better place, let's get this process going, and we'll be revisiting this, what, in 4 months? And what's that process going to be like? Are we talking about actually starting over, or are we talking about just an annual update? Because I think that's the other thing that's been the practice of the town has not been at least what I think of as a 5-year strategic planning process, right? And Doug, you've done this multiple times, so correct me if I'm wrong, right? But it's been kind of update it and then change the 5-year window. Correct. As opposed to doing a 5-year plan, coming back and updating it, and 5 years later,
each year
redoing the plan.
In years past, it would always shift 1 year out as it got updated. And so it would cover, the following, it would just adjust every year, it would adjust. And we would look at the strategic items, and some would be completed, some would be removed, some would shift because we realized that maybe that's not as important as what we thought. And during COVID, we went through the whole, a lot of changes, and then those became obsolete, and we took them out. So, what my concern is that the directions, the goals, are they really representative of what we all agreed on? I feel like maybe there was some stuff like the 6-station model. We don't really know, do we really want to pursue the Northwest combination right now? I don't think that's really a priority. It's something we want to keep in mind, because at some point we might have to get rid of those old stations. The way I looked at the old strategic plan was, these are things that we've identified that we need to be working on. Some are more time sensitive and some are not. And I think the idea was that it could be more of a flexible document for the town manager as you see opportunities to pursue some of the things that are in that plan, but doesn't mean you're going to be able to get to all of them. So I think that was where, and I see your request for more clear direction is important, but now that we're coming down to actually wanting to give that clear direction, it's important that we make sure it's what we really want before we ask you to do it. Because, like I said, the one example of the geothermal, that was just an idea that I threw out there. It wasn't like a main.
Well, we spent half of the last session, in my recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, making sure he had all of these listed on, and we went through all 7 of the key focus areas and all of the goals that were discussed. Yeah, I think that was the opportunity to make any kind of final changes or revisions, or is that really what we wanted to focus on as a goal objective within that?
Well, I mean, I think the process we went through and this, document, I mean, it needs tweaking as you mentioned, but I think it is, so much better than what we had worked with before, just because I think it is more defined, it's more focused, it has some milestones, it doesn't just repeat things, that the other strategic plans have done. So, I tend to agree with Dr. Goldstone's second suggestion, which is that we maybe just move this forward, maybe some tweaks. I mean, I don't remember, agreeing that we were going to adopt a 20% real estate exemption by calendar year 2028, which is one of the milestones that's in there. So, I mean, I think there are certain things that need to be adjusted, but I appreciate your need for some guidance, as you're going forward.
I think the bigger question, the Vice Chair brought this up, Mr. Chair, the bigger question is, does this board want to pursue in another 6 months, looking at a complete kind of redo involving more community engagement? It's my understanding there wasn't
I wanted to do that the last time,
rather than the current practice of just adding, going every year and revising, then adding another year to the 5-year.
Well, this is completely different from what we had last year, really. I mean, just the whole format of it and.
Yeah, the only similarity is the 7
Yeah,
focus
it's just the
areas.
7 focus areas, but, you know, as far as how we deal with them is completely different from what was in the, I mean, I, for one, would like to start from square zero, if I'm still on this board, come September.
So what I'd like to do then is come back to the board on the 23rd with some proposed tweaks or amendments to the draft document. This is your document. It should be a living, breathing plan. It should not just be static and sitting on my shelf in my office. It is the document that I use for guidance when I sit down and meet with the department heads. You know, how are we performing? Are we meeting the expectations and the objectives of the select board? So this is an important document for us to get rights, and that's an understatement. I guess the big decision is, do we want to, going forward in FY27, start looking at the creation of a new document involving some more public discourse and public input, or do we want to just completely, and I think the consensus is we do want to depart from the current practice of just adding a year and involving the community and kind of.
Can we make some suggestions to you within the next week to 10 days, you know, as far as what we think? Some tweaks that would be okay?
I would welcome that, and simultaneous with that, because I am feeling a little anxious to get this done.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'll make some proposed revisions as well. And it's more just concerns that my office has with some of the milestones, the deadlines and whatnot, that I don't think, even though we're only, 2 or 3 months removed from the creation of this draft, I think a lot of them were not even realistic then, to be honest with you.
I think we share that with you.
And we've got so many.
So I'll redline this draft and come back at the next meeting with some proposed, and my ask of you all would be to also propose some revisions in each of the 7 sections, key focus areas. Yeah. Because I think each of the 7 areas has work that needs to be done. I've just highlighted a few areas that I have concerns about dates.
You know, we had spoken about adding another meeting to our schedule. I don't think we're prepared to do it right now, but this might be something to deal with at a particular meeting to get right, if you will.
Mm-hmm. We can certainly do that.
Other than the March 23rd. So,
Sure. Let's see how much progress we can make on the 23rd, and then if there's a need to set aside a separate meeting or workshop to do that.
Just as an example, this energy and sustainability, the geothermal, it seems like that would be a huge amount of work to try to figure out if that was even feasible, and then how would it be implemented. I feel guilty that I even brought it up in our strategic meeting.
That's okay. We had a few of these throughout this process. We had a few fun and wild ideas that got thrown out and somehow ended up in the draft when we didn't really expect it. So,
municipally ran and owned housing.
It adds spice, but yeah.
And it's somewhere here, I think we need to make sure that we have, making sure that our energy in our buildings is being used efficiently, and make that more of an immediate focus. I hate to say it, but this thing must be set on automatic.
It's a little chilly in here, huh?
Because it's going from heat to air conditioning back and forth, and that's like chasing your tail to constantly.
Well,
So whenever I do a house, you have the new thermostats, you have a setting, auto or heat or cool. In the winter, I only put it on heat because then it either calls for it or shuts down. When you put it on auto, it goes back and forth like this.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the little things that really add up to our energy bill. So I'd rather focus on that kind of stuff first than
I think that would probably be covered by developing a sustainable energy. Well, maybe it should just say an energy action plan. But yeah, if we actually, and we're going to talk about that at our next meeting when we hear from the Energy Committee. But if we actually had a greenhouse gas inventory and
or maybe just
an action plan, I think that would go a long way. That we don't necessarily need to get into replace the thermostats at the senior center, but making sure that we have a plan to do it.
I think we do need to.
Or making sure that we have the right programming set and best industry practices in place. Yeah.
So in summary, we have homework to give to you, any revisions that we want. Your homework is to take those and put your revisions in there. And then we will work on a new process whereby we put a period on this one and start a new process next year.
I think Just summed it up perfectly, Mr. Reed.
Excellent
Thank
summary.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, moving on to review and consider a vote to approve minutes of meetings January 28th, 2026 and February 9, 2026.
May I ask town council a question before we have a motion?
Sure.
I believe the advice has been that we can vote meetings that we were not present at because we are affirming the process, not our memory of the event. Is that
That's exactly right.
excellent?
So now you want to make a motion to approve?
If I can just get to that from the strategic plan, I will. Why did it put me back to the
Motion to approve minutes of meetings January 28th, 2026, February 9th, 2026.
I have.
Second.
I'd like to have a little, one little thing where Mr. Richardson agreed that a prohibition on using town water.
I did agree that, yes.
But who did you agree with?
I agree with Mr. Brown.
That's right.
I believe Mr. Brown is looking for credit.
I feel like I want to keep pushing that, so
No,
yeah,
I was
I
actually
wanted to
going
be
to ask
on
about
there.
that one, yeah.
As amended.
Thank you.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Future agenda items, the one Mr. Richardson agreed with. Any update on that one?
Well, we have, next meeting, we have, I think, 3. Is that still the plan? We'll have the Energy Committee, Sustainability Coordinator, and what's the third one? There was something in that vein.
The TAP, the Falmouth TAP.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Eversource.
the Eversource presentation. Yeah.
So we've got a bunch of energy stuff next time.
Okay.
But are we going to discuss that specific suggestion that Mr. Brown had? Could we have that in the near future? I think that meeting could be.
Well, that was
fitting
part of
for
the
it.
strategic planning.
Yeah, but I thought at the strategic planning meeting, we thought this could just be something we do.
Well, yeah, but it's a big thing, so.
It's been talked about.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do it. I just want to make sure everybody's on board with it, if that's
So we can add that to
where
the
we're
list.
going.
Right?
That's something that I think should be incorporated into the strategic plan and then folded in over time, not just, I didn't intend that we just vote it and just do it without giving it ample time and lead, because it's going to be a big shock to some folks, but.
In the same vein, another agenda item of request, thank you, Mr. Renshaw, for pointing out in the strategic plan, the police station tidbit, because I too was not part of that, but that does remind me of, we've got the land now for the police station, but the appropriations process, I think, would be good for us to have an understanding of what it's going to be over the next year in terms of preparation to town meeting, et cetera, for the proposed budget. So if we could do that.
An excellent point, Select Board Member Reed. And Peter's actually working on that agenda item as we speak. So that is planned for March 23rd. We'll
Okay,
have
great.
kind of a
Thank
summary
you.
overview.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion and second, all in favor?
No,
Aye.
All in favor, aye. Thank you.
No reports tonight?
Does anyone have a report? It's too late for reports. All right, thank you.
I mean, it's just
We can get some of those we'll get you a standing desk.
Jack never says Jack,
Carlson Printing, 508 1-888-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for FCTV.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.
Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob M.G.L and Town Manager Mike Renshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR.